and meetings that follow. This is not just a local meeting, it is a global starting gun for digital policy. This year, we confront a theme that is timely as it is challenging: the innovation paradox, balancing progress with responsibility and resilience. We live in an era of unprecedented acceleration. We see it in the rapid evolution of artificial intelligence, the deepening of our digital economies. But this progress brings a paradox. The more we innovate, the more complex our vulnerabilities become. The faster we move, the greater the risk of leaving our most vulnerable citizens behind. The more connected we are, the more we must guard the resilience of the infrastructure that supports that connection. Over the next 2 days, we will navigate this paradox through 6 critical discussion panels. First, we address our foundations in securing critical infrastructure. We recognize that our digital systems are no longer virtual. They are the lifeblood of our power grids, our water systems, and our hospitals. Resilience here is not optional. It is a matter of national security. As we look towards the future, we'll explore integrating artificial intelligence into digital transformation. AI is no longer a buzzword, it is an engine. But as we integrate it, we must ask, are we doing so responsibly? Is our regional innovation ecosystem ready to lead, or are we merely reacting? This links us directly to our 5th panel: artificial intelligence, cyber resilience, and regional innovation, where we'll discuss how the Caribbean can build a digital shield while simultaneously fostering a culture of invention that is uniquely ours. However, innovation is hollow if it is not inclusive. The digital divides remain a persistent shadow over our progress. We must ensure that a child in Mayaro or a citizen in Tobago has the same digital opportunities as the corporate executive in the capital. Connectivity is a right, not a luxury. Perhaps most importantly, we are turning our gaze inward to the human cost of innovation. We have dedicated 2 sessions to our most precious resource, our people. In mental health and well-being in the digital age, and technology and youth impact on your well-being. We'll have honest conversation about the impact of the always-on culture. We want our youth to be digital natives, but we also want them to be healthy, resilient, and safe from the psychological pressures of the hyper-connected world. To our stakeholders, to government, we look to you for the framework that protects without stifling. To business community, we look to you for the investment and ethics that drive sustainable growth. To academia and the technical community, we look to you for evidence and the architecture of a secure future. To civil society, we look to you to be the conscience of this forum, ensuring that human rights and dignity remain at the center of every digital policy. The innovation paradox is not a problem to be solved, but a balance to be maintained. It requires us to be bold enough to progress, but humble enough to be responsible. As we open the first IGF of 2026 worldwide, let us set a standard for the world. Let us show that a small island state can lead the global conversation with wisdom, resilience, and a deep commitment to our people. Welcome to the 2026 incarnation of the Trinidad and Tobago Internet Governance Forum. Let us begin this vital conversation. I thank you. And I will like to now, without any delays, introduce our first person to bring greetings, and that is Mr. Chengatai Masango, who serves as the head of United Nations Secretariat for the Internet Governance Forum, created following the World Summit on the Information Society to encourage global public policy dialogue on key Internet governance issues. The IGF's mission is to support the sustainability, security, stability, and development of Internet through inclusive and open discussions, like we are doing here today. Mr. Masango holds a master's degree in international relations with a concentration in global information policy, as well as degrees in information management and computer programming. His PhD research focused on transnational collective action and effective practices for global distributed multicultural teams. Mr. Chitangai Masango, Head, United Nations Secretariat for the Internet Governance Forum. We welcome you, sir.
Thank you very much. And that was a very strong speech, by the way.
Thank you.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great pleasure to be able to address you at this year's Trinidad and Tobago Internet Governance Forum. At the outset, allow me to warmly congratulate the Multi-Stakeholder Organizing Committee and its chair, Mr. Dev Gosang, and the entire National IGF community for your continued commitment to this process and for successfully convening this forum. Sustaining a truly multi-stakeholder platform requires time, trust, and dedication. It is never a small task, and it is all the more meaningful given the moment in which we are meeting. This National IGF takes place shortly after the historic decision of the United Nations General Assembly to confirm the Internet Governance Forum as a permanent forum of the United Nations. The member states' decision reflects the clear will of the international community to preserve and strengthen inclusive, open, and cooperative approaches to the governance of digital technologies grounded in dialogue and collaboration. As the first National IGF meeting held in this new phase following the adoption of the WSIS Plus 20 resolution, I am confident that the substance of your discussions will rise to this moment and once again demonstrate why the IGF ecosystem, including the national and regional IGFs, remain essential as a continuous, sustainable, and locally grounded process. This year's main theme, the innovation paradox, balancing progress with responsibility and resilience, is particularly timely. It reminds us that technological progress is not an end in itself. Innovation has value only when it serves people, strengthens societies, and builds resilience, especially for those most exposed to rapid digital change. Managing this paradox requires that digital transformation remains inclusive, rights-respecting, and responsive to national and regional realities. It also requires dialogue, shared learning, and cooperation among all stakeholders, as responsibility that national IGFs are uniquely positioned to carry forward. The Trinidad and Tobago IGF has long played a valuable role within the global IGF ecosystem and is consistently recognized as a best practice example among national and regional initiatives. Your forum has shown how effective the multi-stakeholder model can be when it is nurtured with continuity, trust, and shared responsibility. Through your engagement, you have strengthened national dialogue, contributed to regional cooperation, shone light on specific challenges that small island developing states have, and helped shape a more resilient and inclusive digital future in the Caribbean and beyond. The leadership is clearly visible and deeply appreciated across the NRI community. Following the General Assembly's landmark decision, all of us within the IGF ecosystem are now entrusted with a renewed responsibility to build on what already exists and to further strengthen the foundations of the IGF. We trust that the outcomes of this meeting will help guide this collective effort and contribute to ensuring that the IGF remains relevant, inclusive, and capable of shaping a digital space that delivers long-term benefits for all. We therefore encourage you to remain actively engaged, including through the IGF's intersessional work, capacity building activities, and the broader network of national and regional IGF initiatives. Your continued participation is essential to ensure that the IGF remains practical, representative, and impactful. Our shared objective in this new cycle, amongst others, is to bring the IGF closer to your region. The upcoming 21st annual IGF meeting will be an important opportunity in that regard. Another immediate opportunity for engagement is the open call for nominations to renew the Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group, issued on behalf of the United Nations Secretary General. The call remains open until the 26th of February, and I strongly encourage you to consider nominating candidates so that perspectives, priorities, and experiences of Latin America and the Caribbean region are well reflected in the global IGF agenda. Thank you once again for your leadership and commitment. I wish you insightful discussions and a very successful meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Masango. And your mere presence here says a lot about your commitment to our IGF. Thank you again. I would like to focus our attention on our next speaker, who will also bring greetings, Ms. Paula Ortegay. Ms. Paula Ortegay holds a degree in international relations and has completed specialization programs and diplomas in internet governance. Paula has been part of the LACNIC staff since 2012 and is currently serving as head of multi-stakeholder engagement as part of LACNIC's Strategic Relations Department. Her responsibilities include coordinating and strengthening relationships with the various stakeholders in the regional and international internet community. She also coordinates the Lideres program, a scholarship of mentoring initiative that promotes internet governance research in Latin America and the Caribbean. Policy Shapers, a program that provides training scholarships to a group of researchers who have participated in the Lideres program, and the program that provides support for NRIs and internet governance schools in Latin America and the Caribbean. As part of her work in internet governance, she has been part of the Latin American Caribbean Internet Governance Forum, LAC-IGF, Program Committee, was a member of United Nations Internet Governance Forum's IGF Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group, that's the MAG, until 2024, and is currently part of the IGF Uruguay Program Committee. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct pleasure to welcome to address us Ms. Paula Ortegay, Head, Multi-Stakeholder Engagement, LACNIC. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Perfectly.
Okay. Thank you very much. Mr. Deb Gossin, Chair, Trinidad and Tobago Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group. Mr. Shengetai Masango, Head of Office at the United Nations IGF Secretariat. Distinguished panelists, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's a great honor to join you today for the 2026 edition of the Trinidad and Tobago Internet Governance Forum. This is the first National Internet Governance Forums to take place in our region this year, and it is also one of the most consistent and inspiring national initiatives in Latin America and the Caribbean. Trinidad and Tobago Internet Governance Forum continues to stand as a reference point across the region for what a strong, inclusive, and sustained national initiative can achieve. Over 10 years, it has built a solid foundation for multi-stakeholder dialogue, one that opens the door to diverse voices and promotes meaningful and constructive exchanges. It is always a pleasure for LACNIC, the Latin American and Caribbean Internet Address Registry, to support the TTIGF and to share our efforts focuses on developing a stable open internet by strengthening technological capabilities and applied research in the region. On behalf of LACNIC, I would like to sincerely thank you and congratulate the organizing committee, the Trinidad and Tobago Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group, and all partners for cultivating this space over 10 editions. At LACNIC, we are proud to support national and regional IGF initiatives like this one through our NRI support program. Last year alone, we supported over 15 initiatives through the regional, from national, regional, and youth initiatives to internet governance schools and community-led events. These efforts are essential to ensuring that local realities and voices are reflected and amplified within the broader internet governance ecosystem. Spaces like the TTIGF play a vital role in bringing local realities and needs to the forefront for global discussions. This was powerfully acknowledged in the WSIS plus 20 outcome document, which emphasizes the importance of NRIs and essential spaces for dialogue, inclusion, and capacity development. At LACNIC, we truly believe that building a more stable, secure, and open internet starts with regional collaboration, and the Trinidad and Tobago Internet Governance Forum is a remarkable example of this. Congratulations on this new edition, and I wish you a productive, engaging, and inspiring Trinidad and Tobago IGF. We look forward to continue our work together toward a more inclusive and sustainable digital future in the Caribbean and beyond. Thank you very much again.
Thank you very much, Ms. Paula Ortega, for your wonderful words. And we always like partnering with LACNIC. LACNIC has always been a very, very great partner to Trinidad and Tobago Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group and, of course, our IGF. Thank you very, very much. We now head straight into our panels, and I'll introduce the moderator for the first panel, and he will then, in relay style, introduce the future moderators. And I'd like to introduce Professor Sanjay Garth Bahadur Singh. Hummingbird Medal is a national awardee, distinguished registered electrical engineer with over 2 decades of contribution to Trinidad and Tobago and the wider Caribbean in the fields of power systems, sustainable energy, electric mobility, and technical education. He currently serves as professor of power systems and sustainable energy at the University of West Indies, UWI, St. Augustine. Professor Bahadur Singh holds a BSc in Electrical and Computer Engineering from the University of West Indies, MSc degree in Power Systems Engineering, and Economics from the University of Manchester Institute of Science and Technology, and the PhD degree in Electrical Engineering from the University of Manchester. He's also a former head of Department of Electrical Engineering, Electrical and Computer Engineering at the University of the West Indies, St. Augustine campus. He's also former Deputy Dean, Enterprise Development and Outreach of the Faculty of Engineering. Professor Bahadur Singh holds several key positions related to standard and policy making in Trinidad and Tobago. He's the chairman of the National Technical Committee for Electrical Codes at Trinidad and Tobago Bureau of Standards, responsible for overseeing the development of all electrical standards. He's also the president of the International Electrotechnical Commission, National Electrotechnical Committee affiliate program for Trinidad and Tobago. He also serves as the co-chairman of the Specification Committee for Electric and Plug-in Hybrid Vehicles and chairman of the High Voltage Code Committee at Trinidad and Tobago Bureau of Standards. He serves as chairman of the Joint Association for, let me say that again, It is certainly a tongue twister. He serves as the chairman of the Joint Association of Professional Engineers of Trinidad and Tobago, APET, and Board of Engineering of Trinidad and Tobago, continuing professional development, and additionally, he was the inaugural chairman of the TTMAG. During 2016 to 2025, he served as a member of the Board of Trustees of the College of Science and Technology. Ladies and gentlemen, I put you in the very great hands of Professor Sanjay Bahadur Singh, Hummingbird Medal. Thank you very much, and over to you, Sanjay.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning. Sorry to put your tongue in a little bit of a trap this morning, but you did a good job. Let me share my screen and begin this session this morning. Thank you, everyone, for attending. So this morning's session is entitled Securing Critical Infrastructure. I am Sanjay Bahadur Singh, and I'm pleased to be your moderator this morning. In the context of securing critical infrastructure, we've narrowed it down a bit. We are looking at cyber warfare, the role of artificial intelligence in cyber warfare, with particular emphasis across regulated environments in our beloved Trinidad Island state. So the purpose of this session, folks, is essentially to examine how AI-enabled cyber threats affect critical infrastructure sectors, and to identify practical regulatory governance and capacity building actions to strengthen national cyber resilience. See, artificial intelligence is accelerating both our cyber attacks and the defensive capabilities. So for a small, highly interconnected economy, AI-driven cyber warfare is a risk, a systemic risk across operational technology and legacy systems. There's also a need for more awareness of AI-driven cyber threats, attack scenarios, and the list goes on and on. And this panel is extremely important because it affects all of us. So what is critical infrastructure? Critical infrastructure is essentially physical and cyber systems, assets, networks, and facilities that are so vital to our nation that the incapacitation or destruction would have a debilitating impact on national security, economy, the public health, safety, a combination, even public confidence. So we talk about power systems, the grids, the water supply, transportation hubs, financial institutions, communication networks. If these systems were to be seriously damaged or shut down, the result would be severe harm to the country and its citizens. And therefore, there's much more at stake other than the degradation of our social welfare. It's the fabric, it's the backbone of our society. So protecting critical infrastructure is not just about hardening individual facilities, but also understanding and securing these complex interconnected systems. In the public domain, we have had cyber attacks. We have had, and I've captured here, the ones are from TSTT and PriceMart and Quartz. And it's something that has generated a lot of chatter, recognizing that ransomware attacks on these particular institutions are the ones that have been reported in the media, recognizing that the data breach included personal information, full names, email addresses, national identification numbers, contact information. And then, of course, you have the fact that you potentially have ransom payments taking place. We don't know. But what is important to us is recognizing that the threat is real, it's at our doorstep, and there are hacking groups that are dedicated to finding these vulnerabilities, exploiting these vulnerabilities, and we are in the center of it. Taking it from a global perspective, the colonial pipeline, which I'm sure many of our colleagues on this distinguished panel will talk about, was one particular incident in May of 2021, where we had a mature ransomware as a service, a RAS business model. And what we saw from the outcome of these investigations was that while some of the millions of dollars were recovered in cryptocurrency payments, the threat remains one that can significantly destabilize the national economy. So for this format, let me bring it back home. I'm going to introduce my panelists and I'll ask them to give some insights. We'll have a moderated discussion, and then I'll invite the audience to contribute. Audience, you can contribute via the web chat, where the contributions will be directed to the panel, or if you wish to make your contribution personally, use the raise hand feature and we'll be able to identify you. And of course, we aim to close and stick to the time frame that we have started off with such punctuality, and I intend to keep it that way. So let me introduce our distinguished panel. First up at the plate, we have Mr. Michael Ramisa. Michael is a senior engineer and principal consultant with over 3 decades of experience in industrial automation, control systems engineering, and cybersecurity for critical infrastructure. As a principal consultant at Mian Industries, LLC, he leads initiatives to reduce engineering risks, enhance plant safety, reliability, and optimize operations for his clients. Michael is recognized for his technical leadership, implementing operational weaknesses, developing robust mitigation strategies, identifying such weaknesses, implementing the strategies, and advanced remote monitoring system. Michael has served as a lead cyber authority and engineering authority at BP, where he oversaw global cybersecurity assurance, developed and audited risk management policies, led investigations across diverse facilities, including offshore platforms, refineries, and utilities. His work has ensured compliance with leading industry standards such as the IEC, NIST, NERC, and he played a pivotal role in shaping the organization's responses to cyber and operational risk. Michael is a chartered engineer, a registered engineer with Trinidad and Tobago Board of Engineering, and holds multiple certifications in SCADA, functional safety, industrial cybersecurity, and risk management processes. Michael is also a fellow of the IET, Institute of Engineering and Technology, a chartered cybersecurity professional of the UK Cybersecurity Council. Michael, glad you can be with us this morning. Next on the list, we have Dr. Alan Atherton. Dr. Marlon Atherton, a Harvard Executive Business Fellow, author, and speaker, is the CEO of A-Team Solution Services. Marlon is a highly driven, motivated, and multifaceted leader with over 30 years of experience as a senior cyberspace operations leader. Dr. Atherton was often required to make many strategic decisions on complex and consequential matters that affect the overall operations within the U.S. Department and Defense and its allied partners. Dr. Atherton, the founder of CEO A-Team Solution Services, South Florida-based firm, under his leadership has become a trusted partner in modernizing digital infrastructure and integrating cybersecurity at every layer of digital transformation. A-Team's core strength lies in its ability to fuse business acumen with deep technical expertise, delivering tailored solutions that combine cyber risk assessments, threat intelligence, and enterprise architecture optimizations. Dr. Atherton brings a distinguished track record in strengthening national and organizational cyber resilience through strategic evaluation of system vulnerabilities and the implementation of very targeted security enhancements. His approach not only fortifies digital infrastructure, but also streamlines operations, aligning business processes with advanced network architecture. Thank you for joining us this morning, Marlon. We look forward to your contributions. And then next we have Camilo Quartas, an electronic engineer with advanced studies in management information systems and an MBA, bringing over 15 years of experience leading large-scale ICT initiatives within multinational telecommunications environments and more than 6 years cybersecurity projects. He currently serves as the senior manager of the SOC and network security at Liberty Latin America, where he leads regional security operations center and the network security teams across Latin America and the Caribbean. In this role, Camilo is responsible for incident response, threat detection, vulnerability management, and the operational resilience of complex service provider networks. Throughout his career, he has held leadership and engineering roles spanning network security, product engineering, and infrastructure delivery. His experience includes the design and deployment of solutions, such as we have DDoS mitigation, SD-WAN, managed security services, and carrier-grade IP networks. Camilo has also achieved multiple industry-recognized certifications, such as Juniper, Fortinet, NetScout, and has had hands-on wide, diverse cybersecurity technologies, such as NDR, EDR, CSPM, amongst others. So it's very great to have you also with us this morning, Camilo. And our fourth panelist, Mr. Dale Joseph. Dale serves as the Chief Analyst Cyber at the Caribbean Community CARICOM Implementation Agency for Crime and Security, IMPACS. where he holds a pivotal leadership role. He is the lead for the CARICOM Impact Cyber Fusion Unit, which functions as a critical coordination mechanism designed to significantly advance cyber resilience across the Caribbean region. In this capacity, he also continues to drive vital cybercrime investigation and security capacity building initiatives currently being executed by CARICOM Impacts. In a previous role as cybercrime policy specialist at CARICOM Impacts, he led the implementation of the first CARICOM Cybersecurity and Cybercrime Action Plan, and as the Chief Analyst Cyber, was a key contributor to the update in 2025. A former detective police inspector and head of the TTPS Service Cybercrime Investigative Unit and a qualified and highly recognized digital forensic expert, Dale brings over 13 years of specialized experience in high technology and fraud investigations from his extensive work with law enforcement in Trinidad and Tobago. His career spans over 20 years in law enforcement investigations, during which he has been instrumental in numerous successful technology-based investigations. Dale holds a Bachelor of Science degree in Computer Science from the University of Hertfordshire, a Master's of Degree in Forensic Computing and Cybercrime Investigations from University College Dublin, Ireland, and is also the holder of a comprehensive suite of certifications in cybersecurity, digital forensics, online intelligence, and analytics. Wonderful to have you with us this morning, Dale. Thank you. So welcome to our panelists. Welcome to everyone. And I'm going to stop sharing here. And now I want to begin this panel by officially inviting my panelists in sequential order. We'll start with Michael first, then go to Marlon, Camilo, and then Dale. And gentlemen, I want to invite you all to give some very brief opening insights, not remarks, insights. Really looking forward to hearing what you have to say through your lens and give us an appreciation of what you see for this particular sector with identification of some risks and practical examples. And let's get the ball rolling. I'll hand it over to you, Michael.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, Michael.
All right, thanks. Thanks for inviting me. So I guess my first insight, Sanjay, here is AI-specific attacks. What has changed is a threat model. And what I mean by that is that while traditional attacks would have taken months, advanced persistent threats living off the land was an average of 9 months sitting on a victim's network, AI could now reduce that time to weeks. So you can rapidly, for example, map a SCADA architecture, go through traffic analysis, you can learn, your process plant operations. All of these things can now be done much, much faster. You can identify protocol weaknesses, without human intervention and so on. So first insight, really, threat model fundamentally changed. And why I bring that up, the threat model is always one of the most fundamental things we look at when we're looking to plan defense, when we're looking to plan and stage how we're actually going to solve the problem for a client. The second one is cascading systemic risk. So small island developing states like us here in Trinidad and in the Caribbean, our critical sectors, we're interconnected. If you look at your offshore operators, we produce oil and gas, we put it in a pipeline, we transmit and distribute that to onshore, bring it to the gas facilities, and then we distribute it to Point Lisas, ammonia plants, methanol plants, we send it to the power stations, power gen TG, we send it to Atlantic. And then the power is then converted and then feeds all of the industry. So it's a value chain. And the insight here is that one piece of critical infrastructure feeds another. And even in telecommunications, every single financial transaction we conduct is on a telecommunication backbone. So it's an understanding of when we look at how something can fail in critical infrastructure, we must understand the business impact. And it goes back again to fundamentals, business impact analysis, business continuity planning. How do we actually understand what can really happen, as opposed to just ring fencing it and looking at it as different pieces of critical infrastructure. The third insight I would add is there's a lot of AI hype in the world, right? And don't get me wrong, AI has done, has changed the game a bit, but there's a lot of seduction and, leaders of companies, CISOs, CIOs, are seduced by technology. And the thing is that what has really changed are the tools. If you think the solution space is the acquisition of a tool, then you've gone down the wrong road. The battlefield hasn't changed. If you look at physical warfare, artillery has changed. You went from battleships to destroyers. You went from World War II planes to F-35s. But strategy has not changed, and motivation hasn't changed. And these are some of the things that we always need to fall back to again in the cyber defense world. And when you're looking to protect critical infrastructure, you have to understand the battlefield and the fundamentals more than just trying to solve the problem using tools. So I'll leave it there for the time being.
Great. I appreciate those insights, Michael. Very informative. I like the phrase acquisition of the tool. I often tell the students, acquiring a tool doesn't mean you know how to use it, which I'm sure is the line you're going down. So let me hand you over now to Marlon. Marlon, you want to give us some opening insights?
Hey, thank you, sir. Greetings, everybody. So I will share this when we talk about critical infrastructure today, where it is energy, water, healthcare, telecommunication, finance, and this thing we have now, digital public services. I think we no longer just protecting systems, right? We are protecting national stability and public trust. Artificial intelligence, right? As the good panelists just mentioned, it's accelerating cyber risk on both sides, right? Attackers are moving much faster. They're scaling deceptions. They're targeting the interconnections between sectors, and defenders. We are still a little constrained by legacy systems, right? The OT environment, it's a bit siloed, even with regulations that we're dealing with. In small, highly interconnected economies, this creates systematic risk where one AI-enabled cyber incident can cause a cascading event across these different services. So the challenge before us is how we evolve regulations, capability, and the coordination fast enough to turn AI from an amplifier of risk, right, into an enabler of resilience. I will give two key points here as far as key risks. One of the things we see, identity and access compromise, right? As a single point of failure. AI definitely has scaled efficient deep fakes targets, using like they go after help desk admins. And what they're doing, they're hijacking citizens or employee accounts and they're enabling data exfiltration across systems, lateral movement across tax, benefits, licensing, health portals, right? This is just a few. Another is the supply chain and shared service. A breach at a managed service provider, whether it's the cloud or IDP, or even telecom, right, can rapidly disrupt multi-agencies simultaneously. So outages to permitting, right, courts, benefit disbursement, energy communication, that's a really big thing. So I think as we look at this thing AI, right? Yes, it's the next best thing, since sliced bread. We really have to look at how do we, what is the regulations? How do we get ourselves smart and keeping up with what the other side, the nefarious actors are doing? So that'll be my insights. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Marlon. I agree. AI is definitely outsmarting and outfoxing us at times. So that's a good point we'll get to on the regulations. Let me go straight now to Camilo. Camilo, let me invite you to share your opening insights.
Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me properly?
Loud and clear.
Awesome. Okay, what I would like to add here is that yes, we have AI that can be used as a tool to do harm, and AI can provide sophisticated attacks, cascade attacks. But I would also like to point that AI can also be a target. So within AI adoption, companies, companies of critical infrastructure, may adopt AI to make processes more efficient, to have a better customer relationship. So now you start seeing AI agents that basically chat with customers and provide them, I don't know, billings or a change in the service and things like that. And these AIs, when they are adopted by companies, they are connecting to the different systems inside the companies to get the information, you know? So basically, when adopting AI, the attack surface is also expanding, and these AIs can be targeted as well. So AI must be treated like a tool and also like a target. Try to govern what the AIs that we adopt and how do we secure them, and also regulators to look how AIs are being used as tools to do harm.
All right. Thank you very much, Camilo. I appreciate that. That's a insightful analogy, the tool and the target, you know, and I think about a firearm, which is so convenient now that when I move towards Dale, you'll be able to give us some insights from a security side. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Sanjay, and good morning to everyone. On behalf of the Executive Director, CARICOM Impacts, Impacts is the implementation agency for crime and security in the Caribbean community. I bring greetings to all. Across the region, yes, certainly AI has been transforming every dimension of society. We have seen it enabling extraordinary innovation in power smart grids, financial services, improving public services primarily. With this evolving landscape, CARICOM Impacts, we advanced or updated the CARICOM Cybersecurity and Cybercrime Action Plan. And the action plan now moves from simply securing systems to cyber resiliency within the Caribbean. The plan emphasizes 6 pillars, the updated plan that is, but there's 3 particular pillars that I think are very relevant to this panel discussion. The first one would be capacity development, and this speaks to developing or strengthening national skills in AI-assisted forensics, threat hunting, incident response, so that we can fortify or confront increasing machine-generated attacks. Secondly, technical standards. I know this was spoken about before, modernizing our critical infrastructure, our grids, our networks to withstand AI exploitation. And regional and international cooperation is important for us as we discuss, because a chain is only as strong as its weakest link. One of the things that we have been pushing at CARICOM Impacts is legislation, technology legislation, believe it or not. And I know it's a hard discussion, but I think it's important to raise it at this forum. Because we speak about protecting systems, we speak about enabling our protective services or protective machineries to really do their work. However, if there's no law, there's no crime. And I would lead into the discussion of the cybercrime bill for Trinidad and Tobago, which has not yet been assented to law, and also the Budapest Convention. I know Trinidad and Tobago has been invited to become signatories to the Budapest Convention. I know that process is ongoing, but this has to happen really to allow us to protect our systems and really advance cyber resiliency at a national level. And because it's really automated attacks that we are dealing with now, the criminals are using AI to perpetrate technology-based crimes, and we really need to up our game, both from a policy, strategic, and legislative level as well, and technical as well. So that is my opening insights for this discussion, and I look forward to a continued discussion.
Thank you so much, Dale. I think you have provided a nice part for us because actually the first topic that I really want to focus on and zoom a bit more on is actually on policy and regulation and that regulatory lens. So what I'll do is I'll first offer a question and pose it to the entire panel. We'll start in the same order and allow you all to make some contributory statements to this question. And my first question to my distinguished panel this morning: what should regulators change or strengthen to remain effective in an AI-driven threat landscape? What should regulators change or strengthen to remain effective in an AI-driven threat landscape? So, Michael, I want to start off with you, then go to Marlon, then Camilo, then Dale.
Sanjay, so the first thing, if we were to sort of look at what maybe the developed world has been doing, obviously they're perhaps ahead in regulating many things, and they probably even published national documents and policies, and they have special agencies to now enforce, audit. If I were to look at Caribbean, region, we're not in that space. And I think where we need to begin before we try to emulate or follow, we need to look at ourselves and say, okay, well, are we able to regulate? Are we able to govern? Because it just like digital transformation, and digital maturity, you have to be able to set yourselves up for success. So before advancing into, okay, let's come up with these principles or these governance requirements, we have to understand, are we set up for that? Do we have the capability? Do we have the academic underbelly here to sustain that, to create that capability? What is the infrastructure required? There's an immense amount of infrastructure required to understand the threat landscape. You have to have that ability to get those feeds. So those are the things I think we should be looking at first before we actually say, okay, these are the principles we're going to regulate with. We're going to form this body, form this institution. You have to understand, well, do we have that capability? So I'll leave it there for the others to comment.
Nice, very useful insight. Marlon, your thoughts?
Trying to get to those speaker button. So this is what I believe. I think the reality is, right, that current regulatory frameworks are foundational, right? But they are no longer sufficient for an AI-driven threat environment. And I think to remain effective, right? Again, this is my 2 cents. I think regulators must make 4 key shifts, right? That I'm looking at from my lens, right? First, I think we need to move from static compliance to dynamic resilience. I think AI-enabled threats evolve too fast, right, for checklist-based controls. Regulations must emphasize the outcomes, detection speed, containment, and recovery, especially in the OT environment and dealing with legacy systems. Secondly, explicitly govern AI risks. What I mean by that, I think it's requiring inventories of AI systems, data provenance, model governance, login, AI red teaming. I think just as we did some years ago, right, with the software and cloud security, I think we need to also implement some of those strategies. Thirdly, regulates systematic dependencies, right? Not just individual entities, right? Say cloud providers, identity platforms, telecom, even managed service providers are shared national choke points, right? AI makes failures here cascade faster than regulators currently plan for. And finally, I'll leave it with this. Regulators must enable coordination, not just oversight, right? Harmonize incident reporting, real-time information sharing, which is a huge thing, and cross-sector exercises that reflect AI accelerated attack speeds. I think if we can get everybody on the same page, right, I think this will help us really regulate at the speed at, again, and human speed is not the same, right, as machines, right? But I think that will give us a fighting chance if we could work together, enable the cross function, cross talks, and it will give us a fighting chance, right? And this will help us scale and also really bring change at the national level.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Malan. Appreciate those 4 points. Let me go to Camilo. What are your thoughts?
Okay, similar to what Marlon just said, regulators must know that AI is here and it has these new capabilities. So it should not be treated like a a new technology with like normal technologies are treated and the classic vulnerabilities and things like that. AI has these new scopes and regulations must know this and issue the regulation, the laws, very dynamically, just like Marlon said. I mean, they need to keep the pace. They need to know what's the broader scope that AI can reach and legislate towards that. But more than just legislate, I would also like Dale was mentioned, the enforcement. I mean, governments or uh, regulators should have the power to be able to monitor these AI. So there could be frameworks, there could be regulations, but if there's no way to monitor what these AIs are doing, how many AIs are out there, and what information they are using, the data, it's very difficult to regulate, you know. So besides doing regulations and making laws, there's also need to be this enabling in the governments to be able to enforce and to monitor.
All right. That's very useful. And we go to Dale. I think Dale, this segues lovely into what you started with your insights. So over to you, Dale.
Thank you very much for that. Really interesting discussion so far. From where we sit at CARICOM Impacts, we have some challenges, not only in Trinidad and Tobago, but within the region. And even if you are to regulate, it would speak to allocation of resources, financial resources, to regulate and to even monitor to see what is going on. And we need to advise heads of government as to what is happening. Historically, we have problems in providing that feedback, collecting and providing that feedback, whether it be statistics, whether it be modalities, that's a challenge. That's an Achilles heel for us. I've been working at Impacts for the last 7 years, and I can tell you that it's not easy getting the data and also presenting the data. There are some gaps in the data, and obviously you cannot resource what you don't provide the statistics for, really and truly. And I think we need to start there. What we have been doing, we have been providing a lot of support to the national cyber leads, including Trinidad and Tobago, the national CSIRT in Trinidad and Tobago, the AG's office here in Trinidad and Tobago, the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. Also, we have had discussions with the Telecommunications Authority in Trinidad and Tobago as well, really to bring in the need for regional harmonization as it relates to policy. So for me, my insights on regulation has to start with, we need to know what is happening on the ground before we could really regulate. So let's start there and then work upwards, because we still have challenges in getting the data upwards. And that's something that I feel very passionate about. And that's something that I think that we really need to focus on in this discussion going forward. Yes, we are speaking about artificial intelligence. We're speaking about automating processes. But if we don't report what is happening, if we don't have a monitoring system for monitoring systems for what is happening, it's going to be very, very difficult to regulate and even to advance for resource allocation to the decision makers. So that's my insight on this so far. But it's a plea from on our side at CARICOM Impacts for us to continue to work together, share information. Yes, I understand that there are certain things that cannot be shared, but nothing is wrong with continued discussions. There are things that we could share without data privacy challenges. We need to continue to work together. And in my humble view, forums like this is actually very, very important towards advancing that process. So that is my insight so far, Sanjay.
All right, thanks, Dale. Now, what I get from you all here is that our frameworks are not where it should be. And we all recognize that there are significant resource constraints. I mean, I want to be a little more provocative in this point I'm saying here. Are we regulating yesterday's risks? Are we regulating any risks? Are we in a position to protect ourselves from any risks? Right? So my question, follow-up question quickly on this one is, where are we at this time in terms of, the ability to deal with such threats? Recognize that we have work to do, but where are we now? What is your take on that? Michael?
So Sanjay, so it goes back to what is the problem? So again, it's securing critical infrastructure. And in the engineering world, it's about the consequence. And it isn't more so about what is the likelihood of it happening. Whether it's AI enabled or not, at the end of the day, what is it that we are worried about? We are worried about business continuity. We are worried about what is the disruption going to cause in the country, in the economy, in the day-to-day operations. And that is what we have to focus on. And that is what we do when we go to critical infrastructure, whether it's a public utility or large institutions, methanol plant, ammonia plant, Atlantic, NGC, offshore operators. We want to understand, these companies want to understand what can go wrong and how bad can it get. That is the problem. So my sort of push here and steer is, don't get too caught up in, okay, there's this new tool. 5 years from now, it's going to be a different tool. It's going to change. Are you going to create policy over and over and over and chase bureaucracy? You have to understand what is your problem, define that problem, and understand now what is your solution space. So the approach, in my years of experience, is looking at consequence. And when you look at infrastructure, a power plant, a water utility, a gas plant, a methanol plant, an ammonia plant, a port, an airport, you look and see what it is that can go wrong, how it can be exploited, and therefore how do you protect it and how you defend it, and what are the fundamentals that would sustain changing of the tools.
Yeah.
Well, no matter how the adversary can scale AI or can scale something else, quantum computing is another thing that's on the verge. How can we then now, one, in new infrastructure, secure by design, which is an engineering approach, cyber-informed engineering, another concept. How do we then protect this critical infrastructure? So you're looking at, well, we don't really care what tool you come up with. This is a plant that's running on this system, and therefore we need to protect this. And no matter what you throw at it, we will have resilience. That's a few of my comments there.
All right, I appreciate that. Marlon, your thoughts on that?
So my short would be, I think most current regulatory frameworks, again, they're necessary, right? But they're not sufficient. They do a good job in addressing yesterday's cyber risk, but AI fundamentally changes the speed, the scale, and the systematic nature of how we see cyber threats, especially for a critical infrastructure perspective. I think without targeted updates, we risk regulating compliance rather than resilience. See, critical infrastructure, and we know, right? The energy, water, transport, healthcare, etc. It relies heavily on legacy systems, and that's one of the problems or the challenges that we have. And then, the operational technology that were never designed to withstand adaptive AI-enabled attacks. So AI now allows adversaries to automate the reconnaissance, generate highly targeted social engineering, exploit zero-day vulnerabilities faster, and it coordinates attacks across the various sectors. So our regulation largely assume human-paced threats and not machine-paced ones. So I think secondly, it really amplifies the risk, particularly in the small interconnected economies, and we are seeing those challenges. So I think that, you know, traditional IT controls, yeah, your frequent patching, active scanning, rapid change, they really aren't really feasible, right? In safety, right? Critical systems like the power grids or the water treatment plants. So regulation, we acknowledge the OT risk, but they don't yet enforce compensating controls, passive monitoring, or realistic recovery requirements, right? Everybody is still scrambling, trying to really kind of get a grasp of this thing. And especially in this region, right? That's one of the biggest challenges. So governance in itself, it's largely missing from the cyber regulation, right? We rarely require operators to inventory AI models, right? Validate training, data protection against data poisoning, or even log model behavior. So I think this is something that we really, really need to take a look at. So I think what we can do, right? We need to evolve, certainly not replace existing frameworks by adding that AI specific control, model inventories, supply chain transparency, even AI red teaming. So we have that training and start integrating monitoring, or well, integrity monitoring, I should say. Then I think shifting from a compliance checklist, right? I know many of us, we see the Excel spreadsheet, right, of most what we use, to really outcome-based resilience, especially for the OT, focusing on detection, containment, recovery, not just prevention. Um, I think investing in the workforce is also critical, right? Shared national capability, because many critical infrastructure operators simply cannot defend against AI-enabled threats alone. So I think that's something we need to take a look at. So in my closing remarks for this, right, I think we're not starting from zero, which is really good, but we are at risk of falling behind. So AI has shifted the cyber risk from just an IT problem to really to a national resilience challenge. So regulations must move at the speed of that reality, or we will continue preparing from the last crisis instead of the next one. So being reactive versus proactive.
All right.
That's my thought.
Appreciate
you.
that, Malan. Really, really do. Move on to Camilo and then Dale.
Yeah, I totally agree that we are looking at yesterday's things, but I do think William Marlon, there's already something there, so we need to start working with what we have. Uh, AI still has capabilities that we might not have imagined yet, but indeed, I believe it's going to reach to some sort of limit and be able to be covered everything with regulations. But try to look for the perfect regulations and laws and stick into what could be and not work into issues.
I think Camilo, I think we may have lost you for a
Something
bit
right
there.
now. With what it's already there. There are technical frameworks already. For example, I read that Trinidad has started working with the UN with the AI readiness, and this will provide some guidelines on the state of how Trinidad is right now and how to adopt it. So this is a good start. So it's about to start working right now. So to be able to keep the pace, uh,
Okay.
basically that.
All right. Appreciate that, Camilo. Dale, over to you.
Thank you very much, colleagues. I totally agree with what is being discussed. I agree with regulation, but it must be, yes, it's something that is could be ambiguous in its documentation once you're doing that regulation for artificial intelligence, because of the rapid nature of artificial intelligence, how it evolves. However, I'd like to put a plug in for what we are doing regionally again. I may sound repetitive, but I think it's important for Trinidad and Tobago in particular, and of the other member states to really buy in, to look at the CARICOM Cybersecurity and Cybercrime Action Plan and its 5 priority areas, because it would provide overarching guidelines that we could use to advance regulation as AI evolves. Public awareness, capacity development, technical standards for infrastructure, policy harmonization, regional international cooperation. For me, these are the overarching priority areas that we can use to really advance our response to what is happening with artificial intelligence, both nationally and regionally and internationally. So the CCS CAP, as we call it here at CARICOM, first was established in 2016. It was updated last year on Halloween to include a lot of provisions for artificial intelligence. At CARICOM Impacts, we have our strategic desk and we have researchers who have been working on producing research papers for artificial intelligence. One of the big ticket items for us at CARICOM Impacts is really developing research on ethical use of artificial intelligence for law enforcement in particular, because we certainly see whilst artificial intelligence can be used by law enforcement, it has to be used ethically and in accordance with the rule of law as well. So these are some of the things that we are working on and sharing and collaborating that research and information with different stakeholders, IDPs as well, international development partners, has to be the way forward in my humble view. So that's my remark there, Sanjay.
All right, thanks, Dale. Now, Dale, you touched on something that I want to piggyback on the ethics in the AI a bit, but Malan also made a very good point that I also want to touch on, which is, the legacy and EOT systems and their vulnerabilities. So I want to go on that point that you raised, Dale, and I'm bringing this up for everyone. I want to change the direction a bit to go more on the cybersecurity and the technical capability side of this, and within the context of critical infrastructure and regulatory environments, regulated environments, I should say, where we have those limitations, we have critical assets. How realistically can AI improve the monitoring, the detection, and the response in such regulated environments? What I want to get from you guys here is your appreciation of those sectors specifically, and give us an appreciation of how we will be utilizing AI. I mean, AI is both a threat and a defense, as we have rightly identified, but how are we realistically using AI to improve the monitoring, detection, and response in the regulated environments today? Michael, you want to go first?
So just to start where you started, right? So yes, one of the major issues is that the critical infrastructure has legacy systems. They weren't designed for security. They were designed for safety, reliability, availability. And it is a fact that I can tell you, I've been on almost every plant in Trinidad and Tobago, average of 20 years old, but it's a DCS, a SCADA system, a PLC, 15 to 20 years old, all of the methanol plants, ammonia plants, power stations, right? So you have age, and then there is the patching gap, right? So you're trying to keep up, and I would never advocate. Well, you need from a regulatory requirement, you need to keep your systems patched up to date. That's unachievable. That is not a realistic thing to do. So what is therefore? How do you go about then? Trying to address that problem. So two things is very fundamental. And the first one has nothing to do with AI. And this is back to my fundamental concept. Because you have legacy systems and all your systems run 24/7, realistically, most of these companies and some of them state agencies do not have the funding, do not have the resources to continue upgrading and keeping up to date. So you have to put in what we call layers of protection. You have to now come in and put in systems. So one of the most fundamental methodologies is segmentation. You segment your systems. So now you have reduced your likelihood and you increase now the complexity of an adversary trying now to penetrate your system. So segmentation has been one of the most observed, or the lack of segmentation, sorry, has been observed as one of the most critical causes of cyber attacks on critical infrastructure, right? And where that may have been in place, AI-enabled attacks may not have been able to progress. Other thing is detection. So you fight fire with fire, certainly comments. So just as the adversaries have access to the tools, so as do the defenders. Now, in the IT world, you have more off-the-shelf, what we call security incident event monitoring, CM systems. You don't have dedicated CM systems or that level of maturity for critical infrastructure. So now you need to have hybrid systems. You need to have engineered systems for detection. And you sort of have to now come up, it's just like an engineering design. It's not something you go buy and you install. It's not like, oh, let's go install Darktrace and put it on a methanol plant, or let's go and buy Fortinet product. It does not work that way on critical infrastructure. But I will tell you, you are find these things installed on these facilities because there is a belief that, oh, I put this in front of, and these companies and vendors are advertising, oh, we're now AI enabled. That is false. What you have to do is engineer. You have to come up with what your blind spots are, what your faults are, what your vulnerabilities are, and bring engineering expertise together. The same people who built these systems, these industrial control systems, to say, okay, here are your weak points, and therefore here's the engineered system that will have some AI component in it, which we can now build and design custom that will take care of this power utilities system, that methanol plant system, that LNG system, that offshore platform system. Remember, it's a critical, the operators of the critical infrastructure, the shareholders, the owners, they are the ones that we're trying to protect, right? So you always have to come back to what their infrastructure is, what their weaknesses are, and come up with that. I'll pause there, but one of the things to do that is expertise, and I think that is something that maybe we can hopefully touch on before the end of the panel.
But something too, Michael, that you said is that these entities and the persons responsible for the entities must also have a deep appreciation of where some of those vulnerabilities lie. And that also, I think, is based on the point with the building the capacities and ensuring that you do have sufficient capabilities locally. Not only locally, but also inside the organization also. So that's a point that I do like and I do take. Let me move over to Malan. Your thoughts on this?
So, great segment there. I think quite realistically, right? But not only when using the right places, and with the right guardrails. I think today AI is already delivering measurable value, right, in the monitoring and detection of these threats. Behavior-based analytics can learn what normal looks like across the users, the networks, even the OT processes, and then surface anomalies that traditional rules miss. So including low or slow intrusion, insider misuse, even AI-enabled attacks designed to evade signatures. I think this works especially well in regulated environments, right? Because AI can operate passively without disrupting legacy or safety critical systems. So I think it's effective. Using AI is very effective as an accelerator, not just being on autopilot, right? But it can really rapidly triage the alerts, correlate the events across siloed systems. I think suggesting the containment action and help prepare human approved response playbooks, right? Again, it is not, we don't want to use AI as a replacement of the human being, right? We just want to use it as being augmenting the staff or the team that you have, right? So I think where it's not yet realistic, because again, it does cost a penny to be fully autonomous. right, within the safety of the regulations and the safety of critical OT, I think we have to keep it in the decision-making process, human in the loop oversights, to have the ethical, legal safety boundaries. I think we just need to remember that it doesn't replace the existing controls, right? It just helps fill the gaps, and just as a shameless plug, Sanjay, right? We use it, all right, 18. We use it within our security stack because we understand that, hey, well, while you're dealing with clients, say in Europe or different parts of the world, right? Your main staff might not be up 24/7, but you still have to maintain security oversight, right? Overwatch 24/7 because guess what? The enemy is not sleeping. So you have to use some type of mechanism there to augment. So yes, you're using the various technologies, as Michael would say, you're just not buying a piece of tool or equipment, but how do you integrate it within your operations? How do you continue to manage it so there's not disruption within your overall, organization? And I think that's very, very critical. So even the guys, girls that's on here, as you're looking at strengthening your position, that's something you need to be thoughtful of. You're not just buying a tool or something just to slap on your security stack, right? So that's the expertise is very, very critical. And I'll leave it at there. Thank you.
Yes, yes. I mean, the enemy doesn't sleep. The enemy doesn't know about what sleep is, right? So, Camilo, over to you.
Okay, I'm going to step aside of AI for a minute. So going to OT systems. So what makes them vulnerable? Legacy OT systems. Well, basically because they are legacy, right? Uh, they were not created thinking that there could be an intrusion, that there could be somebody that wants to make something bad in those systems and networks. And basically when they were built and whatever they're doing, if they're doing things fine, nobody wants to touch them. Nobody wants to upgrade them, and they're working. And not to go too far, these OT systems or these OT networks, uh, it was very common to be air gapped. So air gap meaning that basically are disconnected from the world, right? But we saw during the pandemic with the remote work, many companies had to connect their OT networks to internet for remote technicians to be able to connect because they were not able to work inside. And this created a lot of risks, and by the way, and talking about budget allocation and these things, many companies had to allocate a lot of budget, urgent budget, to put at least some sort of security at the edge of that network to protect it because they basically had nothing in it. So yeah, OT networks, in my opinion, they get to they need to get up to date with today's risk evaluations, risk assessment, and I mean from my experience, in the industry I work, I'm familiarized with the Federal Communications Commission of the U.S. asking questions about telecommunication systems, especially in the OT side. So in telecommunications, OT basically are the management networks of communications devices, networks that are usually air gapped, but now the FCC is asking questions about this, is regulating it, and to get all the security that they are now asking needs a lot of investment. So I will also recommend that
Okay.
if people here in this conference manages legacy OT networks, try to upgrade them little by little and not wait until a regulator comes and ask. And you have to ask for an emergency budget
You end up in a
from the
significant
sudden.
capital expenditure in order to make that.
Correct.
Appreciate that.
And look, here I didn't mention AI. This is because of the pandemic of connecting the network. And now going to AI is enabling not looking AI as a threat tool, looking AI as the advantages that it could make. AI can make processes more efficient, reduce waste. So you need to adopt AI into these systems, in this network. So this network now needs also to be connected and needs to be protected and needs to have a lot of security layers in it now that you have AI there, because you don't want this AI to do something odd.
So I feel as though from the direction you're going there, Camille, is going to carry us down, a different path. I want to bring us back a little bit. So I would say, well, if you could put that bit on pause and then let me go over to Dale. Right, and after Dale speaks, I want to invite the audience to make some contributions. So host, just letting you know that we have any questions that are queued up or anyone wants to make a contribution from the audience who would like to do so. So Dale.
Thank you very much for that, colleagues. I really like your discussion so far about OT systems, legacy systems, the cost, financial cost to update systems. And for us, this is where PP, the 3Ps comes in, public-private partnerships. That is something that from where I sit, you see a lot of the tools, the capacity is in the private sector, but it doesn't spill over into the public sector or national critical infrastructure. And one of the things that we are advancing is to strengthen public-private partnerships throughout the Caribbean. That's something that's important. In fact, we are actually advancing digital transformation in the Eastern Caribbean states. I know this is outside of the Trinidad discussion, but it's something that we really see the value in how public-private partnerships is really helping to bolster national cybersecurity and also to deal with some of the threats posed by artificial intelligence. I've been reading the chat, and also I've seen someone spoke about research done by the European Union as it relates to the biases for facial recognition, artificial intelligence, and facial recognition tools being used by law enforcement. Certainly, that's something that we have incorporated in our research. We have partnered with several international development partners to really tailor the tools that is going to be used by law enforcement to advance detection and identification in the region. So public-private partnerships, strengthen that. I think that is key. And also from the ethical use of AI by law enforcement, that's something that we have been working on. The research is still evolving. It's still going on. Unfortunately, we don't have a silver bullet to fix all the issues of AI just yet. From both the technical standpoint, the legislation, the policy, and strategic vantage points.
So what I'm seeing from what you're saying there, Dale, too, I mean, it's based on what Camilo was saying, companies can begin, that process of dating, but of course, where's the funding going to come from? And as much as the discussion is a good one that's going to carry us a whole road down for PPPs, it's something that warrants attention, warrants, innovative financing mechanisms as well, too. That's a whole other discussion, but there's opportunity. And I think that's the key thing, right? When you look at what it presents at this time. So I want to bring the audience in, and I see that our moderator has given us, our chat moderator has given us 2 questions. What I'm going to do, I'm going to read the questions to my distinguished panel here. And gentlemen, feel free. This is an open forum. If you would like to make a contribution on this particular question, you can begin to do so at your leisure here. So the first question is from Anila Joku. And the question is, would you say that companies can oversubscribe today with all these threats? Is there a thing as taking too much precaution? Interesting. Who would like to go first and offer a response to Anila?
So I'll take a start because it's almost within our scope, right? I'll
Sure.
say yes, you can, especially for a company or organization that's vulnerable, especially if they've kind of gone through and they had some data breach or something has happened. If you don't understand, and I think this is where some of my colleagues have mentioned, the expertise is very, very critical because as soon as your business is out there, right? Everybody is coming, right? They have the perfect solution. You have this, you could do this, you could do that. And if you're not aware or comfortable, right? We tend to like buy, it's like when you go to the car, you get a car, right? And they try to sell you all these upgrades and insurance and this, and you need that. And all of these things you really don't need. So yes, you run the risk in over securing yourself, and you really you're doing yourself an injustice. I would say this. You'll want to look at resident experts that you have within the field that you can call out, kind of rely some consultants. I know Michael, he does some consulting work. You have Dale, you have Camilo, myself, Sanjay. Call on the experts if you need a second, a second pair of eyes or to discuss, hey, is this really making sense? You don't want to just go out there because yes, you got an intrusion and yes, the company might be facing some backlash. But in this time, you really want to take your time. It's like, you measure twice and cut once, right? To make sure that the stuff that you're implementing makes sense for the organization, right? The money that you're investing, because remember, it's an investment. So you don't want to spend $2 million on protecting the asset, and it doesn't really make sense based on what you have to protect because it might not really be worth that much. It might be, you know what? Will the servers them go down? All right, let me go ahead and they look at something else. But now you just invested $2 million that just went on the drain because you overprotected something that really wasn't at that value. So you have to really take your time and do a really good analysis of the tools that you're coming, what is delivering for you, and is it really something my organization can benefit from, right? Because there are a lot of EDR, so endpoint detection. I almost throw an acronym there. There's so many tools out there, right, that you can use, but you have to take a little time to do the research, right? So that's just my 2 cents.
Appreciate that, Marlon. I mean, it's fit for purpose at the end of the day, what you're looking at. And it really must match your business case too, which is the bottom line, looking at your assets. Anybody else want to make a contribution to that before we move on to another question? All right.
Yes, me. I would like to add that it's not only about the acquiring a lot of tools, but also the the people. The more tools you have, the more people you need to fine tune them, configure them, and actually that happened to me. So by acquiring a lot of security tools, you need to monitor them all, right? And yeah, you have technologies to monitor them. Though. You can have a CM or an XDR and integrate them all with them. But now you have to have a very robust CM, and that's very expensive. And you have logs per hour or events per hour, and budget. I mean, costs keep escalating. So, and when you get to a point that okay, we need to optimize this, and you get to see all the security tools you have. Okay, this one overlaps with this one with this one, and then you know that perhaps it was too much. So what Marlon just said is very, very important. You need to be very plan. If you want to be very careful with budget, yeah, plan very well, look very well to the tools, look that they do not overlap. Now with the AI thing, I mean, all technology companies in the last 3 years have been enabling AI in all of them. Not only machine learning to what they are supposed to do, but also you have agents, agentic AI in all of them. And when something happens, to what agentic AI are you going to ask? Are you going to go to this tool and ask to this one? Oh, I'm going to ask to this other one. I mean, that's time, that's resources. So you need to also care in AI,
I
which
agree
one
what
is
you're
the one
saying.
that you're going to.
I mean, Camilo, your point is really linked to what Marlon was saying there in terms of getting that expertise to give you guidance to ensure that you're protecting what you need to protect against. I mean, I do see Anila has made another comment there, and I'll stick on this point as she has given us a topic of conversation. If you are warned by two entities of an imminent threat to your business, implementing AI proactive measure, is that over provisioning? So again, I mean, I would step in and say, it's based on the credibility of those two sources. It's based on the technical expertise for those two entities guiding the vulnerabilities in your business. So it's really, it boils down to if you're doing, I mean, Michael, I would treat this as if it's a critical infrastructure and you're looking at the vulnerabilities and who is able to identify where those vulnerabilities lies. So.
Yeah, I mean, what I would comment on is it goes back to fundamentals, right? So I would always advocate the gap. Problem isn't technology, right? Most attacks, you find that there is it's governance, it's skills, it's response. So to not overreact, right? After a cyber attack, you're very vulnerable. You're probably making very hasty decisions if you're a CISO or if you're under pressure by a board. You're trying to do something to sort of say, okay, look, I did something, but it really boils down to, I think, you establish governance, and the first thing to do to establish governance, just do a risk assessment and adopt a framework. It doesn't have to be anything wholesale, but that would be my advice. Do a risk assessment based on an industry framework, whether it's NIST or NERC or IEC, and
Yes.
that would be my sort of.
That's a starting point. I agree totally, Michael. So we have I have another question here, and I'm gonna direct this one to you, Dil. I think it may be up your alley based on the ethics. So it's from Shika Sheik. I hope I've gotten that right. Is AI truly a threat, or does it simply reflect our intentions? And how can education and ethics ensure we shape it with wisdom rather than fear? Let me repeat that for you, Dil. Is AI truly a threat, or does it simply reflect our intentions? And how can education and ethics ensure we shape it with wisdom rather than fear? Your thoughts, Dil?
Thanks on that question, but I just want to contribute to the previous discussion.
Sure.
If I may,
Yeah.
I just want to add my 2 cents if possible. Coming out of the discussions, could you overprotect or be overprotected? And I mean, it hits me that this is where the cyber threat intelligence, understanding the cyber threat landscape, sharing the information is key, because it will now guide you as to what is happening and what you need to protect against. So that is why I saw somebody posted in the chat, the Trinidad and Tobago Cybersecurity Incident Response Team.
Something we come into after.
Yeah, right.
Well. Yes.
So that is important in guiding you in terms of your people, processes, and technology for what you are going to invest in. As it relates to the question from the audience,
actually address some of that, Dil. In that first response, you actually gave a very insightful response that to me addresses how you're treating, it as a threat. So from that perspective, recognizing, I think you've done a fairly good job of answering that. I think just to spin it back within context, because I also have an eye on the clock, right?
Sure.
Ethics bit, I wanted to, if you could perhaps focus a bit more on the ethics side for me. The question really was, how can education and ethics ensure we shape it with wisdom rather than fear? Because I know you started a discussion on ethics. So you have any comments on that?
Yeah, certainly. So based on our research and our collaboration with different agencies, regionally and internationally, we do recognize that AI basically is it gives you what you ask for sometimes. And there's a well-documented case right here in Trinidad and Tobago where some attorneys in the High Court would have used AI to produce, let's say, a case summary that was presented to a High Court judge, and they were put before a disciplinary committee. So from that regard, using artificial intelligence, you have to be aware that it basically would give you what you ask of it. And it's important to verify that. And from an ethical standpoint, that is where the risk really lies. What we have been doing at CARICOM, we have been really pushing our sensitization or capacity building throughout the security cluster. So certainly, yes, that's a valid point, but we have been pushing the public awareness and capacity building to treat with some of the challenges that are posed by AI. That's how best I could answer your question, Sanjay.
Appreciate that.
Sorry.
Appreciate that. I'm sure Shika would also appreciate that response. Now coming to that question that Javed Sajjad would have put in the chat that you would have started to discuss, Dale, which is the government of Trinidad and Tobago owns a number of critical infrastructure. In times of cyber war, say next month or later this year, for example, what does the government do? Where's AI in this attack? What is the value of regulation in this instance? How does the government become resilient, noting we do not have the resources of the oil sector? So I want to put this question outside there, but it's also going to be the opportunity to wrap up. Guys, I'm conscious of time. So I'm going to invite each of you all within the framework of that question that Javed has provided to also give us that advice, not only to him, to the audience, and how we would improve national cyber resilience. So it's quite fitting for Javed's question. So within a minute roughly, we'll start with Michael and move our way down, and then we'll close up after. So Michael, you want to go first?
Yeah, so in that context, to make a response, I would say on a national level, we need to do more simulation exercises. I know, Anish from TTC would say that, we've started that, but I think that needs to become more regularized and to work with the critical infrastructure operators, the energy, petrochemicals, oil and gas, because simulation exercises is a discovery exercise and will actually tell the leaders of these organizations, wait a minute, we didn't know we have a risk here. We have this here, and it actually now, it's like doing a business impact assessment. It helps you with your business continuity planning. So I think that is one of the things we need to accelerate. The other one is skills. We need to have academia, government, and industry come together and come up with an agenda to say how are you going to build industrial cybersecurity, OT cybersecurity skills, and sustain that. How do we, because that is what is required by these critical infrastructure operators, is what everybody was talking about, expertise. Yeah.
Okay, great, Michael. Appreciate that. Marlon, over to you.
Thank you. So I'll say to wrap up, right? I would say this. I agree definitely more cross-functioning training exercise, so we can exercise some of those incidents and how we kind of get after it and the information sharing. I think my advice to the audience, right? We know AI has definitely changed the risk, AI, right? The cyber risk from just being a technical problem into a national resilience challenge. So no single organization, and I think this is very important, no single organization, sector or regulator can manage it alone. You can't do it alone. Yes, we're on an island, but you cannot be on the island by yourself. So success now depends on how well we work together as at system speed. Remember, speed is key. So if I had to choose one action that would most improve the national cyber resilience, it would be better coordination, right? Better regulation, skills, technology, all matter. But without coordination, right, they operate in silos. AI-enabled attacks moves faster than sector by sector responses. So I think shared cloud providers, identity systems, telecom, even vendors, right? The main failures cascade across the entire economy in minutes. So what we need, I believe, is real-time cross-sector information sharing, align incident reporting and response, the joint exercise, as my colleague just mentioned, across the government, regulators, and operators, a common national picture of systematic risk, not just individual compliance, right? Coordination multiplies the value of regulation and it accelerates skill development and it makes our technology very effective. So in short, resilience isn't just built by the strongest organization, but it's built by the best connected system. And I'll just leave you with that. Thank you.
Appreciate that, Marlon. Very insightful. Camilo, your closing remarks?
I would like to add there, basically, yeah, training. I mean, knowledge. People as Michael said, an agenda for people to be trained as workforce with the skills. Um, Look, before going to AI in cybersecurity, it's very well known there's a shortage of cybersecurity professionals in the world. So now we are asking for cybersecurity and also AI.
Yes.
And not all cybersecurity professionals know AI. Even myself, I'm not an AI expert. What I know about AI is because my day-to-day job requires it because all the things that are coming every day. So people skill, people train, people know this. Knowing this will help for the the nation, the country to be more prepared. I mean, even before asking for budget to get technologies, people should be trained, should be, and I don't know, universities with diploma programs, master's degrees, undergraduate degrees. So, yeah,
Gotcha.
skilled
All right.
people.
Gotcha. Thank you very much, Camilo. Dale, over to you for your closing remarks.
Thanks very much, guys. So for me, um, public awareness, capacity development, as was said over and over again, modernizing technical standards and infrastructure, and cooperation. Um, Cooperation between sectors nationally and regional and international cooperation. Another thing, from a national perspective, and this is me wearing my previous hat, really advancing the national cybersecurity strategies and providing the tools, or further providing tools for the national CSIRT, to enable them to properly monitor critical infrastructure, updating the legislation so that the law enforcement officers tasked with investigating cyber crimes have the legal teeth in which to act against technology-based criminal activity, and also support for cyber defense and cyber diplomacy is key going forward as AI, as we talk about AI and the challenges it poses to cybersecurity. Sorry. So those are my closing remarks.
Excellent. Thank you
Yeah.
very much, Dale. So, colleagues, it's about time, and unfortunately, we have to bring this discussion to an end. But I must take the opportunity to thank you all for sharing your insights, giving of your time, your expertise, and your experience. And I mean, the conversations have graduated from recognizing that regulation policy needs to be updated. We also have a lot of opportunities with capacity building, the public-private partnerships. We have a lot of cooperation and coordination. We have a threat model that has changed. We have OT and legacy systems that warrant updating. It's not just about an acquisition of a tool. There are so many takeaways that I must thank you all for. And with that, also thank the audience for participating with our questions and giving us some food for thought. And those who have joined us online and who have remained with this panel, we thank you for joining us. So, colleagues, my panelists, thank you very much. As I bring this session to a close, I look forward to working with you all in the future. I also look forward to you all participating in future such events. I look forward to learning of the great work that you all are doing. So thank you very much, colleagues. Thank you very much, audience. I'm going to bring this presentation to the end, and I declare it closed. Now I would like to hand it over to Mr. George Gubin, and I am tasked with the responsibility of introducing George and reading his very long profile. So George Gubin is the CEO and founder of GTG Innovision, based in Florida, focused on delivery of technology solutions and associated services. He provides digital transformation acceleration consultancy services to enable organizations to accelerate the implementation of their digital transformation and AI strategic initiatives. George was a consultant for digital transformation in public sector with Tech Systems Incorporated, USA, and provided services to Microsoft in the English-speaking Caribbean during November 2021 to February 2023. During the period 2015 to 2021, George was the Group Chief Technology and Information Officer at SNGLE Group of Companies. Prior to this, he was the General Manager for Microsoft West Indies Regional Office of Microsoft Corporation USA, based in the Microsoft Trinidad and Tobago office, headquarters in Port of Spain. He had the experience of leveraging with Caribbean governments around the eGov strategies. George spent his formative years in IT at the Neil and Massey Group of Companies for 18 years and was the CEO of Information Technology Services Company, then appointed as Director of Provisional Services at the Illuminat Group. George has been working in the IT field for the last 43 years and has experience in all aspects of the IT industry and management of people and companies. George was also the past president for 2 terms of the Information Technology Professional Society of Trinidad and Tobago. He is currently on the board of Trinidad and Tobago Network Information Center, TTNIC, which is the organization responsible for managing the domain name allocations on the .tt domain of the internet. George is currently a director here at the TT Mag. George also holds a director of Solace in Trinidad, and in February 2006, he was presented with the Caribbean Luminary Award by the American Foundation for the University of the West Indies for achievement and for supporting people's and educational projects in the Caribbean. In September 2024, he was listed in the Who's Who of America for his dedication to the field of information technology. Quite a mouthful, George. Congratulations to you. I hand this session now over to you. Take care, George.
Thank you, Professor Sanjay. Appreciate it. It did sound a bit long, and I hope you know where you got that bio from. Can my panelists join me so we can start off? There we go. Everybody, right, great. So I think I have everyone. Thank you, Professor Sanjay, for your kind, long introduction. Good morning, everyone, and thanks for joining this IGF session, this panel session on this important conversation of integrating AI into digital transformation, not only in Trinidad and Tobago, but because of the audience and because we have to be involved in the regional society. I've made this session also include the wider Caribbean. And across our region, we are really seeing a moment of possibilities where AI isn't just a buzzword, and from the last panel, you would have heard that topic a lot, but it's become a real catalyst for economic growth, public sector modernization, business competitiveness. Today, we are going to explore what that transformation looks like from 3 angles. I'm going to focus on government, public sector. I'm going to focus on corporate and the private sector, and I'm also going to include small and business community. And we'll try to get our panel to bring their own experience to address all of those segments. Now, when you look at those 2 words, AI and digital transformation, they've really spawned different discussions, and yes, some arguments also on their definition, usage, and solution fit. Most executives say they need AI. They're not sure yet why they do. They've just read about that everybody else is doing it. But they have no idea at this point how they will determine what's the ROI of implementing it and where do they see getting business value from it. But these are not two new words. AI and DT have been around for a while. If you consider that AI was first discussed in the 50s, and contrary to what Professor Sanjay said, I wasn't there in the 50s, I read about it. Generally, there are still people who think that DT or digital transformation was a direct result of the COVID-19 pandemic. My own thoughts, however, are really that DT or digital transformation was really first launched when we had our first IBM PC launched in August of 1981. And from that previous time, we had come from mainframes and mini computers and stuff like that. But now computing and technology that technology now became available to the man in the street, offices and stuff. And we have really seen the improvements in office personal productivity applications and all of that. So when people tell me that we're working on digital transformation and we expect to have all of these things done, I am of the thought or the opinion that we started digital transformation a long time ago, and we now need to talk about digital acceleration because we've had the technology, we've had the tools. So my preferred word is digital acceleration, but for this purposes of this seminar, we will continue to use the word digital transformation. And of course, with AI, we've seen the speed of computers, the availability of GPUs, availability of cloud compute power, faster algorithm using LLMs and stuff. The merger of AI and DT is now in front of us, and you can't say DT without the word AI. And there we have the fly in the ointment. If we are going to agree on the concept that data is the fuel for AI, if we don't implement things like data quality, data governance, our AI agents will basically make the wrong decisions, which may more be negative for what we want out of the benefits out of AI and DT rather than anything else. So let me go on to introducing our very knowledgeable, erudite panelists who have come to this today with a wide range of industry, business, and technology experience. First of all, let me introduce Kirk Henry. Kirk is a senior technology and business executive with over 25 years of experience leading digital transformation across financial services and government. He currently serves as a Group Chief Information Officer at Ansa McCall, where he's responsible for enterprise technology strategy, cybersecurity, and data governance across the group. He's former Chief Executive Officer of the National ICT Organization and former Director of the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago. He has served as the chairman of that Digital Business and Technology Company of Trinidad and Tobago, Chamber of Industry and Commerce, and he's a member of ISAC. ISAC's CGEIT exam development working group, contributing to the development of global enterprise IT governance practices. Welcome, Kirk. Then I'll go on to Ebony de Leon. Ebony is the Chief Executive Officer at Data Aura Analytics and is a leading voice in the Caribbean's data and analytics landscape, helping executives harness the power of AI and analytics to drive business transformation. As a former head of data and business analytics at Guardian Group, she spearheaded their regional analytics journey by launching AI-powered solutions such as recommended engines and fraud detection models, while building and leading high-performance team of data scientists and analysts across the Caribbean. With prior experience in implementing analytics solutions at Henry Schein in New York and the background in actuarial consulting at Willis Towers Watson, Ebony brings a rare blend of technical expertise, business strategy, and leadership. She holds dual graduate degrees, an MBA in analytics and an MSc in project management from George Washington University, along with a BSc in mathematics and a BA in economics from Howard University. Ebony leads Data Aura Analytics, focusing on empowering Caribbean businesses to compete through data-driven innovation. Welcome, Ebony.
Thank you.
Mr. Christopher Record. Christopher is a leading voice in digital transformation, AI strategy, and public-private innovation across the Caribbean. He currently serves the government of Jamaica in several national leadership roles, including Deputy Chairman of the ICT Authority and of the National Identification Registration Authority, Chairman of National Artificial Intelligence Task Force, and a member of the Digital Transformation Advisory Council. He also serves as a Deputy Chairman of the newly formed Caribbean AI Task Force, Commissioner of the Betting, Gaming, and Lotteries Commission, and a member of the Gastronomy Network under the Ministry of Tourism. In the private sector, Chris chairs the Innovation and Digital Transformation Committee of the PSOJ, Private Sector Organization of Jamaica, and is deeply involved in scaling digital readiness among Caribbean businesses. A former teacher turned tech CEO turned business operating systems coach, he still finds the time to be the co-owner of the cellular and wine bar bistro in Kingston. His passion for wine education complements his work as an independent wine consultant with Divine Wine Services. Chris really brings over 4 decades of experience to the table, helping governments, boards, and businesses navigate the evening intersection of technology, trust, and transformation. Chris has recently co-authored a book on published book today available on Amazon. Chris, I'm not giving you advertising, but Chris has just done a successful book on successful digital transformation, your world, your business, your life reimagined. Welcome, Chris, and thank you all for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
I'm truly looking forward to the insights and practical perspectives that this panel will deliver. And thank you, panelists, for taking the time to share your expertise with today. As I want to re-emphasize, as you can read from the experience of the bios of the panelists, we do have an erudite group of professionals who are willing to share their thoughts on this topic. I will now ask the panelists to go through and give a overall view on their topic of the integration of AI and digital transformation. Kirk, welcome, and let's start with you.
Thank you, George. Morning to everybody again. You know, when I think about integrating AI into digital transformation, you know, strangely enough, conversation is really not about the technology. And usually it starts with people, you know, with the professionals talking about tools and models. But I have a slightly different view. The technology itself, the AI and what it could do, digital transformation, I agree completely with your opening remarks. Digital transformation didn't start with COVID. It is not a recent phenomenon. And I like to think of it more as not so much digital transformation, but more of a kind of analog activity. Meaning it's constantly evolving and it's constantly changing. It's not discrete. There's no endpoint. And if you look back from the advent of the computing age, as we say, the advent of the internet, the sojourns around, there was a point in time when business intelligence and data was all the rage. You know, the world has had the opportunity to benefit from what I would say is ever increasing pace of the introduction of new technology. And I think AI is no different. And it has its place when we talk about the journey of moving organizations along the continuum in the use of technology to create value from unexpected sources and to make life better for our people in the region. So for me, the real challenge is decision-making under uncertainty. Organizations and governments must be aware and understand the risk associated with using technology, and AI is just another technology that is available today. And we need to understand and be clear on who's accountable when outcomes are wrong, and not just when systems fail. It's very easy to understand when a system fails. But when we think about the use of AI and the decisioning and the support it provides, I see AI as an amplifier, a force multiplier, predicated on good data. But an amplifier will take good governance and amplify the effect of it. But then we also have to be aware that if we don't have the right governance practices in place, it will amplify those, what I would say, bad behaviors or bad outcomes. And this is especially so in regulated and high impact environments. So I think it's a natural fit to utilize the power of the technology, the ability to ingest, scan, process vast amounts of data, recognize patterns, and contribute to decision support in the pursuit, whether it is in the interest of the public good, as in the case of governments, or in the private sector. I am excited. And I think AI emphasizes the age-old problem, that intersection between trust, managing risk, and creating value for entities, whether it's an organization, whether it's a public enterprise. I think if we get that right, AI, if we understand that and we get that right, I think technology itself becomes a strategic advantage. And it will be an advantage for our region, for our people, and for the organizations that we are part of. If we don't get it right, well, I think it would be another missed opportunity. But I think the future is bright. And I think we are at an exciting time where we have the awareness, well, I would say an increasing awareness and excitement about the use of technology and a focus on building something better, both in organizations and for the region using the technology. Those are my initial thoughts, George.
Thank you very much, Kirk. I absolutely love the appearance of the, it's just, yeah, and it's just another tool. Thank you. Ebony, welcome, and let's get your overview on the topic of integration of AI and digital transformation.
Sure. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I have to admit that everything that Kirk just said there, I wholeheartedly agree with. I think for me, one of the first distinctions that I want to make is that AI on its own is not digital transformation. So a lot of people think, you want to buy tools and you have a license or you have different platforms, and that does not automatically change how an organization creates value, right? I think real digital transformation, from my perspective, happens when technology is going to be paired with changes in decision-making, as Kirk mentioned, incentives, workflows, and culture, right? And I think that this is where, from the Caribbean point of view, I see many organizations beginning to struggle. I think there are three key challenges that we face within the Caribbean. The first is that we are not consistently guiding our workforces through a mindset shift that is required to work effectively alongside AI, right? And so if AI is going to change how work gets done, and you think about it like how we make decisions, how problems get solved, how value is created, we need to have these workforces fully capable. Otherwise, the tools that we have are going to go underutilized or they're going to be misused, right? The second thing I think is that we're not investing enough in practical, structured upskilling. And I know, and I'm sure we'll get to it later on, that things are coming in place, especially in Trinidad, to facilitate that. But I think a lot of employees are facing this situation where they have to kind of figure it out on their own. And that creates anxiety, there's resistance to that. And I think it's also uneven adoption, because then some people are going to be highly skilled and you're going to have some people who are, kind of in the middle, and some people who are just clueless, right? I think when it comes to AI, confidence is going to matter for us. And so people are going to be far more likely to embrace AI when they feel equipped, supported, and clear on how it fits into the role that they are trying to accomplish, right? And the third thing, and I think this might be the most uncomfortable point, especially from where we sit in the Caribbean, I think we have a very low tolerance for experimentation and failure. And I think experimentation is precisely how AI delivers value. So organizations that are going to succeed are going to be the ones that are willing to test, to learn, to adjust, and try again. And I think in many cases, and this is not to knock anybody, but our leadership behaviors don't yet create the psychological safety required for that kind of experimentation to take place in our organizations. So although I believe, we can absolutely integrate AI, fundamentally for me, it is a change management challenge before a technology challenge. And I think if we don't speak about that, then we're missing a big part of what has to happen before we can actually get this and succeed at it, right? To me, if leaders aren't modeling curiosity, learning, experimentation, how do you expect the rest of the organization to follow? And I don't think that's something that I have seen personally fully adopted to the extent that it should be in the Caribbean. But as Kirk says, despite the challenges, I am genuinely optimistic. Don't misread what I'm saying here. I think, there are very simple ways to recognize that our people are equipped to upskill and to get where we need them to be. When smartphones came out, even down to my parents are on WhatsApp and TikTok and all these kind of things. And so you recognize that there is a capability to learn and adapt to new technology. Even if we think, and that's across generations, even if we think that, somebody might be a little bit past their prime and can't do this, they absolutely can. So I think it requires us to just have a more coordinated approach to understanding culture, what training is going to be necessary, and the leadership behavior that needs to, surround that to support it in a really meaningful way. So I'll stop there because I know Kirk covered some of the stuff that I wanted to say, but I just wanted to add those points to the conversation in terms of where my thinking is at currently.
Absolutely, Ebony. Thank you so much. And I love your link to us being risk averse and only adopting technology on the wrong side of the bell curve, as they say. That has, been our pattern over the years in the Caribbean. Let me introduce Chris. Chris, let's give us your views on this topic of integration of AI and digital transformation. I know you have a wide Caribbean perspective, so it'd be great for you to bring that into the conversation.
Thanks, George, and thanks to Kirk and Ebony for what they have said before. It's always hard coming after these very learned and experienced people when they have every note that you have. Okay, you said that. Okay, she said that. Okay, all right, done. Throw that out. Let me now pull directly from my lived experience. So, George, again, thank you very much for mentioning the book because I actually had to grab a copy and look a while ago. Was the first words I actually wrote in literally the first words. Can your customer order your products or services online? Can your team members apply for vacation with a push of a few buttons anytime, anywhere? Most small and medium-sized enterprises in the Caribbean don't know where to start and what to do. The solution is digital transformation. Those were the actual very, very, very first words in the book. And this topic here now, where we're bolting on AI to it, as Kirk had said, and you had said in your opening, AI is now the most often repeated word for everything technology that half of it is really and truly not AI, but it sounds sexy, it sells, and everybody is calling everything AI. AI is not just a component of what we now call digital transformation, but is now practically the engine of it. And somebody said amplifier, but it's really and truly the mainstay. But this is my fourth presentation this week on this very topic. Mind you, for different industries. The day before yesterday was around health, and another industry was a funding agency, and so this one is more general. So just the opening remarks. In every one of these talks, I said, folks, let's tiptoe backwards and let us take a peep as to what the research is telling us globally. Most air projects are failing, right? And prior to that, because when we had done our research and wrote all the articles in the newspaper, a lot of digital transformation projects were failing also. And why is that the case? So we compiled 7 reasons. I'm only going to just mention number 1. The number 1 reason is that we didn't include the entire team, right? A few guys in an office, a few, whether it was technocrats and maybe a number of executives, someone around that table said, we need to digitally transform. And everybody said, yes. And then somebody signed a contract, and then all of a sudden things started happening. And then when the solution came to the table, all of a sudden everybody looked at it as like, well, I'm not going to use that because you didn't include B, C, D, and E, which are actually the main problems that's going on in this department right now. Sticking AI on top of that now, all of a sudden, we're now able to light up this proof of concept very, very early. So it's a positive and a negative because we're now able to, I think Evan has said it, because we have this resilient nature of our culture, is that we're able to now spin up these proof of concepts a lot quicker with AI. But fact of the matter is that we need to stop, pause, go back to the business. And in all of the presentations over the past couple of weeks, I said, guys, we need to get three things, basic things down first. We need to sit down and speak to all the stakeholders and get full feedback from them and answer these these three questions. Question number one, will this cause our customers to interface with the organization and build and increase the trust they have in us any better? Number one. Number two, will this digital transformation, AI-enabled digital transformation, will it cause our team, everyone who's working here in the organization, to interface with each other better, for them to touch their systems and processes and the jobs that they're to do any better, right? Number two. Three, will it actually speed up, make efficient, and assist with the processes that make who we are any better at all, delivering our services out to the greater world any better? If we can't tick yes behind all of those, then we're not making this approval for this AI-enabled digital transformation solution that we're looking at, because it's going to fail, right? And the end of the day, as I started out with, is that we're calling every single solitary thing AI now. From the light blinks, it's called AI, right? And George, you and I have been in this thing for, from the color of our hair or lack thereof, we understand the foundations of where we're coming from. We had to do a lot of work to convince people to actually sign off on a project that we're doing back then. Now, there's been jokes going around. I've seen in a lot of technology WhatsApp groups, and there's one I just read yesterday where the gentleman said, look, I did a presentation to the board, and within 11 minutes, they made an approval for the AI project. Now, that AI project was based on Microsoft Copilot, and then it's 1,000 people in the organization, so they only have to add on 1,000 Microsoft Copilot license. You know the cost of that, George. So it's now $30 to $40 per user per month that they just approve in 11 minutes flat, and nobody has any clue what the actual solution really is. But because the word AI was mentioned, it got approved in 11 minutes. And so, I mean, when I looked at that, I was like, you guys are joking. This is actually fake, right? The person said, no, it's not. It's actually happened. They're not calling the name of the company. So long and short of it, George, in opening, I warn everybody now, is this solving any of those three issues? Need to be all three. We need to ensure that this is actually a piece of technology, because one of my questions I was asked yesterday is, what's the definition of AI? I'm like, whoa, depending on who you're talking to, right? It can get very crazy. But let me give you one of the first very basic definition. One of the first very basic definition was computers being able to do things that would generally require human intelligence. That's the basic foundational 30 years ago, 20 years ago definition. And so we need to understand that if it's not improving, because we improve things based upon we learn, well, most of us anyway, and the fact of the matter is that if the technology is not doing that, then guys, this is not really AI. So those are my starting thoughts around our topic, George. So let's dive in.
Good. Thank you so much, Chris. I absolutely agree with you on the fact that I don't believe that people understand, or executives and companies in general, even the public sector, don't understand or don't fully appreciate what they're getting into, what it will cost in the long term. And unfortunately, we still have a lot of people in the industry, because they could write a one-line, prompt using a tool, they become AI consultants and tell these teams of people what they should be doing. So I'm going to go on to our first question. And as I said, we're going to look at this from a perspective of public sector, private sector, and the small and medium business market. And when I ask my panelists the questions, feel free to to link it to whatever sectors that you think is appropriate for the conversation. So the question to the panel is, what do you think about digital transformation in the Caribbean? What has been the impact of the rise of AI? And in the region, as far as you're seeing on those three segments, what's the biggest opportunity you see, and what's the biggest misconception? I know you've all touched on a bit on your opening remarks, but let me just read it over so you can frame your responses. When you think about digital transformation in the Caribbean, what has been the impact on the rise of AI? What is the biggest opportunity you see, and what's the biggest conception that you have met in your dealing with people? So let's change around the structure first. Ebony, you want to go first this time?
Sure, I'm happy to do so. Let me know, are you having any difficulty hearing me?
No, I know that you're having
just pouring rain in the background as usual in the Caribbean. Anyway, all right. So, thanks, George. I think for me, when I think about digital transformation in the Caribbean, first of all, I look at how we progressed, right? And I do think that it has been a bit uneven. And I think from my perspective, it's actually been a bit cautious. I know from what Christopher just said, some companies are signing off on these big packages, but I think you will get that with the larger organizations. I think when you look at probably private sector, small and mid to, business size companies, there's a little bit of trepidation there, and we're very early stage from what I'm seeing. And to me, it's not because of a lack of talent, but I think, again, we look at digital transformation as a technology upgrade rather than an actual business transformation. And by business transformation, I mean it has to be more involved than just sticking in Microsoft Copilot, right? And I think one of the opportunity sets for the Caribbean is the fact that we have an opportunity here to leapfrog traditional stages of technological development, right? We don't have to replicate decades-long paths that have been taken by more developed countries. They like to build, well, they have built massive legacy systems, big IT teams, and very complex infrastructure. And now with cloud platforms, modern analytics tools, AI, we can move a lot faster if we approach it strategically. And so I think the opportunity that we have to leapfrog has to be, yes, the technology, and yes, we can use the cloud platform and all of those things. But again, it comes back to upskilling our people and making a deliberate cultural shift towards the new way of working. And like I said, as I opened, AI is going to require experimentation, iteration, a willingness to learn from failure. And again, we're not really versed in those particular skills in the Caribbean. So I think Kirk mentioned this when he opened, and I think the biggest opportunity, as you're asking, it's surprisingly unglamorous, but it is our data, right? We have to get our data right. And I think most companies here, and I go out there and I tell the companies all the time, you are sitting on a gold mine of operational data, customer data, financial data, and you're not recognizing the value that you have there, right? So before rushing into AI models and advanced tools, to me, if I were sitting behind an organization that's doing relatively well, and I want to know where do I start? What do I pin my hopes on right now? I would spend 6 months to a year just getting my data right, clarifying the definitions, asking very basic but powerful questions of my data and of my business. So what do I actually need to know about my business to make better decisions, right? Christopher touched on that a little bit. We are not answering business questions. We are looking at what looks good on the outside to say that we are embracing AI, right? Where are the gaps in the data that I have that if I want to answer these questions, this is the data I'm going to need to fill those gaps, right? And I think The biggest misconception that I see is that, again, AI adoption is going to be one of these things where you have to have the most expensive cutting edge technology. I disagree with that wholeheartedly. I think most value comes from solving the right problem first, right? And in most cases, it could just be as simple as you have some process that's just repeated and it's time consuming, it takes up a lot of your employees' times. Automate the process. It's that simple. But the benefit that you get out of doing something like that, it starts to yield value. And I think that's what we overcomplicate this process a little too much by trying to find the big solutions and LLMs, and that is lovely, but I don't think that's where we are. And I think we need to be very real about where we are. So I think if we focus on data, decisions, and outcomes, not just AI for AI's sake, we do have a real opportunity to catch up to where the rest of the world is going and to compete more effectively on a global stage.
Good. Thank you. Thank you, Ebony. Chris?
Thank you very much. One of the challenges is the convincing or trying to reduce everyone's anxiety around this massive fear that AI is taking my job. AI is taking everybody's job, right? Again, the big umbrella term AI. What I have done or tried to put together is about a year, maybe a year and a half ago, a large organization here in Jamaica invited a professor from Harvard to come and talk to us, and all the business leaders came up to the University of the West Indies, sat and listened to Professor Anand talk about digital transformation and a big talk about AI. He gave a very interesting overview of a framework that he has been working on, which, by the way, was published in not this quarter's Harvard Business Review, but last quarter's Harvard Business Review, AI, I guess, framework for agentic AI, Gen AI framework for organizations is one of the articles in there. And what I've been doing is using that framework, which the 2x2, every consulting George will have to have a little bit of, on the two axes. Axis number one, well, at the bottom was cost of errors, because we know we're talking about hallucination. And the other axis talks about available data. So what Ebony said, spot on, we need to get the data right. So is the information required to do this job, or more importantly, this process on the job? Because this is where we have to try to explain to everyone. Tell me all the things you do for your job. Do you have an inventory? Write it down. So I actually had an exercise where I gave everyone a full, I said, everything that you do to make your job. And I said, look, when you dress back, because usually it takes a few hours, right, to give them homework and come back. When you do that, you realize that your job is not one task. It's a lot of different tasks. And so let's just dress back and say, okay, if the world was your oyster, you had a magic wand, you could do anything in life, which of all of these things that you do would you like to have an assistant for? If your organization had all the budget in the world, you could hire any amount of people to assist you. And so those discussions happened even before we started talking about AI. So I said, okay, all the stuff that you love doing versus the stuff that you do not like doing, let us now see if you could give all that away. What if I could create a tool, something that would actually do it accurately every single solitary time, nonstop, don't take vacation? Would you use it? Then all of a sudden there's a pause now, because you're now thinking about this whole technology, because I'm not using the word AI anymore. I don't want to use the word AI because I don't want to be scaring anybody, because somehow they've watched too many science fiction movies to imprint a very negative stance of AI in their brains. Because remember, something happened in November 2022 when OpenAI decided to launch ChatGPT onto the world. And all of a sudden, all the fear that was there around this thing called AI, because of all the Terminators that they watched, slowly but surely over a year or two just started to kind of fade away. So all of a sudden, AI wasn't as bad anymore. But we are in the Caribbean, and a lot of us, there's also deep religious, and I'll bring that up, yes, deep religious connotations to all of these digital things. Because here in Jamaica, we have to, I want to use not with fight. I'm not going to say I'm fighting, but we have to go to some of these people and say, stop saying these things in public, man. You're causing my job. One of the things we're trying to do is implement something you guys have done, some of the Caribbean has done already, creating some sort of a national identification, but somehow it's connected to all these things negative. So my thing is that our massive opportunity, I mean, Trinidad has energy, Jamaica doesn't, is the fact that we're not going to build in any major data centers. We can become, or we should become, because of one of our superpowers in the Caribbean is what? We are creative, right? We are creative beyond belief. So writing prompts, coming up with the way to program these various tools are one of our superpowers, right? So if we can convince our own, whether it's public sector, private sector, I think this goes across all areas, George. If we can convince the folks to say, guys, let us just experiment around a few low-hanging fruits. So in that 2x2, one is the data required for this actual process in our job. The other part is the cost of mistakes. Is there any, if we're just answering the phone and it missed a call, where we're going to get sued? No. If we're telling it to go write a contract for us, and we've heard all the horror stories around law firms using AI to court cases and all of that. No, we're not using it to do that. So we have a box that we'll lose the call. Okay, go for full machine or digital transformation assistance in that box. If we convince a few people to start to experiment, then we can start to take away some of the mundane jobs of folks and make their lives a lot happier and make them want to come to work earlier and want to be there, because all of a sudden this thing is not taking my job, it's taking a process out of my job that I actually really don't like anyway, right? So it's around, it's exciting times, and it's also challenging times, because again, as I'm talking, I remember I had a recent trip to China, George, where I went to a massive AI event and I saw what they were doing with AI. I saw these robots and I saw drones. I mean, I was out in a park, we're chilling, and somebody said, hey, anybody want any food or coffee? They took out the phone, pressed a button, and a drone came and dropped the food right in front of us. I'm like, you got to be kidding me, right? And so when I see these things, and I tell people, I went to the future and I'm now back in the past. When I see all these opportunities for all of these things, that would just make a lot of us Caribbean people. Imagine you're out at a soca party, you press a button and food is just delivered, right? We have the ability, because we are creative people, and we have the ability because we're kind of late, and sometimes being kind of late is also an advantage, because we looked and see what all the mistakes that were made already, right? And let's not remake those mistakes, right? So I think we have an opportune time to be the creators, to be the people on the ground helping to do this programming. Yes, we've heard horror stories about some sweatshops in some African countries with respect to doing various things around identifying what they are seeing. No, we're not talking that type of work. No, we're talking the application development, the programming type of work around how to leverage this AI-enabled digital transformation. And I'll keep saying it that way because I think that's what it is for now, because it's still transformation. And one of the other things that came up in a presentation just this week was a warning that, or a reminder, let me not use the word warning, a reminder that every single time in history that any new technology or tool or method of doing something came about, there was outcry. Believe it or not, even from the very first time when we moved from just speaking to actually writing, when we were actually chiseling things on the wall, there was massive outcry. Don't do that. We're going to lose our ability to think because we have to talk and converse. And the first person that tried to write something, because guess what? If I write something, then I don't need to come to George. I can just read it on the screen because I know George wrote that yesterday. But way back thousands, I mean, hundreds of thousands of years ago, in order to hear anything and learn anything, we had to go to the leader. And then we know the rest of the story after that. So I know sometimes my ADHD brain takes my answers all over the place, right? But George, it's an exciting topic. I love this topic, and I'll talk about it from now until the cows come home. But massive opportunity for us at this time. Public-private sector will benefit. We have to sell the ideas and concepts. We have to break it down simply, and we have to start with some low-hanging fruit, processes that people hate, and show it to them that it's not taking their job. Some people are going to do some jobs, yes, because maybe that little process there that somebody's doing, somebody's already doing it, and that person needs to go learn AI. So one of my often repeated in every stage I'm on, go and learn this thing now. And this thing, as I say, it's a big umbrella thing. Go learn it, go learn it, go learn it.
Thank you, Chris. Kirk?
Listening to Ebony and Chris there, and Chris, I understand when you said earlier about having to come after points that we, you're kind of think a lot of my thoughts. But to be specific and come back a bit to the question that George posed, I think the opportunity, it would be hard pressed for me to define a particular use case for the opportunity. In the Caribbean, I think we have vast untapped potential. Chris alluded to the creativity of our people. And that is something when combined with a tool such as this, which is so accessible. I think if we were to harness that, we have the potential to impact both public sector experience as well as within the private sector, which would both contribute to raising the overall quality of life across the region. I wanna just emphasize a few things, and George, feel free to stop me because I could ramble. I could ramble on this topic because it's something I enjoy. The reality is, the fundamental or the first principles that we are aware of when making any decision, any business decision, it really is around looking for the return on the investment and creating value for all concerned. And I think those first principles apply to AI. Now, yes, there's a certain degree of hype around the use of the technology, and you have a lot of snake oil salesmen around the place, promising, over-promising and completely under-delivering. And that's our responsibility, to be alert to those things and apply the fundamental principles that we all know so that we could benefit from the technology in terms of efficiency, in terms of speed, in terms of quality, all with the intention of creating value. So everything I say, ceteris paribus, assumes those fundamental principles will be applied. Now, I often think about the internet age, the 90s, where countries like Estonia would have capitalized and planned ahead and leveraged, trained up their people to be able to participate in the internet age. And I often think about Google and search engines. And when you look at the market cap of these technology companies, where it is. And I often ponder about, Alan Emtage, Ibejan, our brethren, Chris, who really invented the first search engine. But he is not benefiting, or the Caribbean is not benefiting from the market cap of Google or Alphabet, as we know, So I think the technology, we have the brain power, we have the institutions to educate. But I want to say, coming back to something Ebony touched on earlier, and Chris, you kind of alluded to it as well. Our culture, there needs to be a shift in the way we think. I have seen in organizations or heard the stories of experimentation not really been something that is encouraged. We're very risk averse. So in organizations, we're attempting to do a solution and it fails, and that's the end of that. So there's no incentive to bring and to utilize technology in unexpected ways. So I think it's very important that we evangelize that mindset so that we could bring our people along, so that we could leverage a very accessible tool that is artificial intelligence and the related technologies. It is there for the taking. And I'm going to go too much into leadership because, again, without the right type of leadership, whether it's in any of the sectors, the outcomes that we desire may not be there. Yeah, because the technology is there. It is accessible and ripe for the picking. So what's the opportunity in the Caribbean? I've said a lot. I think there's an opportunity. I think the big opportunity for us is not in our application. It's not in process automation. Yes, that's an opportunity as well. It's not in data analytics. Yes, that is an opportunity as well. But I think the biggest opportunity really lies in if we leverage our creativity across institutions. This very accessible technology allows our people to participate in the digital global economy. And that is what we are not doing. It will allow us a lever, a force multiplier that will allow our people to move from being net downloaders to net uploaders, so that we could create, so that we could participate. And I think it's an exciting time in the Caribbean for us to leverage that opportunity. I think that is the opportunity. I'll leave it there, George.
Good. Thank you so much. And thanks to the panel. It's interesting when you have a panel with this kind of experience. Out of the 20 questions I had lined up for this panel, you guys have already answered more or less every other question that I said I would ask today. So moving on, when you look at rest readiness, and some of you alluded to this already, are we ready? Are the Caribbean governments ready for AI? Have we done a reality check as to what are the priorities that we think our public needs, or our customers need, or our companies need? What about the small and medium business opportunities? Because they don't have the IT infrastructure, do they miss the AI wave? What do we tell them to do in terms of being ready, and how can they participate in this business that's coming to them, which is the integration of AI and digital transformation? Let's start with everybody. Sorry.
Sure. I thought you were going to go to Chris because he hasn't got to go first.
I'm using a dynamic question answer.
Understood.
It's all AI driven.
Understood. I'm fine to go first. I think, George, in terms of readiness, I think different sectors are starting from different places, right? And I mean, I am not a public sector, person, so I will probably speak a little bit more to the private sector and the organizations that I have seen. But I think in the private sector, you're seeing larger conglomerates like, the Answers, the Massey's, and so on. They're making a lot of progress. And I think part of the reason you're seeing them being ready to make that is because of how they're competing, right? So their competition is either at a regional level or international level. And so because of that, I think they have to embrace AI and these technological solutions in a much more aggressive way than I think you will see other companies doing. And not only that, they have the means to, right? And the means to do it well. Now, my personal, caution is that I would say sometimes the way in which these transformations are being executed from these types of organizations, they tend to bring in the large global consulting firms. And I don't always think they have a great understanding of the Caribbean business culture and, the operating constraints that we have and the dynamics of our organizations, right? And so as a result, what you find is that the solutions that they're bringing, it'll look impressive. It's because they're doing this on for the developed countries and across the world. And so, yes, it looks great, but they're not really tailored to our needs. And so it does not become as sustainable as we need it to be in practice, right? I think for me, the transformation works best when the global practices are adapted and we don't import these solutions wholesale. So we take what we need and we understand who we are and how we work and the challenges that we have that are unique to the Caribbean. And we make sure that the solutions that we are gathering or driving are applicable to us, right? I think when you also look at other large enterprises, so one of the focuses that I have is like family-owned businesses, right? Because I think that for me, there's a great opportunity there because these businesses have grown to very large sizes. They have an opportunity to take their data and leverage it at another level. But I think that they're profitable. And so based off of that, it reduces their urgency to change. And they don't maybe have the same pressures as some of the conglomerates where they're facing these, competitive pressures. So they're leaving a lot on the table, I feel, in terms of how the business can advance, what they could use, AI for, their data for, and so on. Things like better pricing decisions, operational efficiencies, deeper customer insight, understanding your customers at a level that, the Amazons and so on obviously know their customers. I think we leave all of that on the table, and I think there's also like a harder truth sometimes that we have to face if we're being very honest here. I think these guys have been very transparent. AI and your analytics and so on, it creates transparency. And I think a lot of times, let's take, for example, these family-owned businesses, it's that transparency can be uncomfortable. You're going to see things about your business that either you may not have known or you may have chosen to ignore, right? And these are things that I think we have to be honest about what it's going to be, what it's going to do, and be all right with that. Because I think I so don't want our organizations to be left behind in what's coming. And I think that small steps, just showing the ability to leverage our data and do the things that we need to do to move the market in the way that we need to, it would be such a fantastic change. But there is real hesitation, there is fear, there is all of those things, right? So for me, I think that I am seeing the change. It's slow, it's painful, it's not always welcomed, but I think Chris had mentioned it where, you take the quick wins and you show them what's possible. And from the quick wins, they start to think, oh, this is actually nice. This is going to add some value here. And I can see the application really taking off. It gets you the buy-in and it takes you further and further down the path. So for me, I think the opportunity is huge, but AI will only be as effective as the data behind it, the coordination and the accountability that we require around it. I think those are the things that are going to be necessary from, how we move this forward.
Great, thank you so much. Chris?
George, I'm gonna confess. Could you please ask the question again? I got wrapped up in the answer a while ago.
No, that's right. And I think you've touched on the topic on the readiness of our Caribbean governments or Caribbean private sector, the small and medium business. How do we get ourselves ready? And is there a reality check that we have to do in order to take advantage of digital transformation and AI? How do we get ready and the reality check?
The general knee-jerk answer to start off with is that we're not ready. But I'm going to pause because having gone to Geneva at the AI for Good conference and also the World Society and Information System conference, and having spoken at both, I actually met some colleagues from CTU, from Trinidad there. I'm realizing that we are not as bad off as we think, right? Because of our creative and experimental nature, a number of our, especially small, medium-sized businesses, are doing things, are experimenting with things already, right? They are. The challenge is what a lot of the general citizens expect the government to do. And sometimes what they expect the government to do and want the government to do versus what the government thinks that they're supposed to do, sometimes it's a little divide, right? So I will talk to regular folks who said, look, what guidelines are we going to put in place to ensure that you're not, for example, in the creative industry, stealing our voice to make songs. And so it gets very deep when it's touching somebody's pocket, right? Versus, so in a room at an event recently, we have an organization in Jamaica called Kingston Creative, and room filled with poets and visual artists and people that paint and sculptors, and explaining, instead of fearing AI, how do we grab this thing by the horn and do the best we can with it. And after that 2-hour discourse with, a lawyer was on the panel, I was on the panel, and actually one of the creatives was on the panel, and just juxtapose all the various views, I think we walked away with a lighter, more positive feeling around what we're gonna do, what the opportunities are with technology, and what they think government should do. I say history teaches us usually regulatory guidelines and rules and policies lag technology a lot of times, right? So we have to figure out, and the leading entrepreneurs, they ain't waiting on our rules and regulations. Their foot is on the gas. They are experimenting with stuff. I mean, and I don't know, yes, I know recording this call is public, but OpenAI went and stole the internet. They went and stole the entire internet, inhaled it, absorbed it, created this product that we're now all using, that we're now looking to government and say, hold on, are you going to regulate this? They're like, the horse gone long time, jumped the fence, gone out of the county already, right? So opportunity, small, medium-sized businesses, I think, are at an advantage. Someone in the group asked, Madonna Doyle asked around, I had made mention about the reasons why digital transformations fail. One of the reasons that I had in my list of 7 is that we continue to try to implement new technologies on old infrastructure, right? That's why a lot of technology projects fail in the past. And the same thing with AI. We're trying to bolt in AI into organizations when, everybody said it earlier, the data is not ready. In order for AI solutions to be successful, your data has to be tip-top, clean shape, because if it's not, that's what causes this thing that we call hallucination, right? And for, I know we have Trinis on the phone, and my Trini friend Leo Hercules said, Chris, hallucination is a feature, right? Because that's why the Caribbean is one of the, is a creative superpower in the world, right? Look at the music and all the art and everything that we create. When you sit down and talk to a Rastaman sitting on the side of the road and he comes up with some lyrics and runs gonna make a hit song, I think he was hallucinating a bit. So I'm saying all of that, George, to say that the opportunity, I think it is easier for small, medium-sized businesses. The larger organizations and government, they have the all infrastructure already sitting there, and it's going to be a tall task, because when you're sitting around that board table and you have to now answer, do I throw out all of this technology and tools because that new thing that you want me to do can't run on this? But a decision has to be made around modifying it. And guess what? Somebody had mentioned the big corporate firms. They're going to come in and tell them that, yes, they can do it. They can't do it, right? But they're going to tell you that they can do it. And my EY and Deloitte friends are, and my brother who works at PW probably will be very upset with me now. But no, they're in there to just keep that revenue ticking, right? Keep that income coming. The fact of the matter is that we all together have to make some tough decisions around our foundation technology, what we're going to throw out, and figure out which problem we're solving. The opportunities are there massively for the small to medium-sized business. The small government organizations, I think, have massive opportunities. I've spoken to about 4 just within the last 2 weeks alone. And they're struggling because guess what? They ain't got no budget to do nothing, right? And so I am inside there saying, okay, guys, we're not asking you to go and develop no chat GPT for yourself, right? So let's just climb off that ledge, right? We're at a space in our life right now where technology, the exponential growth of technology versus the cost to you that chasm has never been wider. It's almost free, most of the stuff that you can do. So let us find the 2 or 3 low-hanging fruit, basic use cases that we can experiment with a use case tool that is approved by the organization, because that's another challenge now. And so I had to be explaining to people, let's look at all of these popular large language model systems. This one, for anything that's free, you're the subject. You are the product. Let's remember that. From it's free, you are the product, and it is now being trained based upon everything that you're typing in there. You don't want to be bringing that into government organizations. I already give you the reasons why large companies have a challenge, because the infrastructure that they have. Small, medium size, massive opportunity to leapfrog. Choose AI tools and technologies. Yes, you have to pay a little bit. Pay to upgrade to the business model. Once you have the business model, ChatGPT business model is I think it's $200 a month. Imagine having the most brilliant scientists in the world at your disposal for $200 a month to help you with every problem that you have. But at that level, it's not using your data and sharing it with the world. So go up a little bit more. Once you do that, then you can put in 1 and 2 processes, and your impact will, I don't think you will understand that exponential jump once you make that decision around that. Again, the small and medium-sized persons, do not allow your staff to bring their personal AI tools in the organization and put in your data in that tool to solve any local problems. Most business leaders, when you're doing interviews and you're asking them, they don't realize how many of their staff are bringing in personal tools in the organization.
Absolutely.
Massive. So you have to make a decision. We're going to go with AI. Good. This is our version. Click and use it. You have signed up with Microsoft Open Copilot. You've signed up with Google Gemini Enterprise, whatever it is that you choose. Choose the one for the enterprise, and then you now have control of your data. So.
Great. Thanks, Chris. And in terms of the remaining time that we have, and you guys have really, as I said, touched on all the things. I want to focus on just for the next 5 minutes, talk about skills, workforce, and culture. As we know, technology alone won't transform the region. It has to be a people-based solution. As you brought up initially in the conversation, there is an elephant in the room. Will AI cause unemployment? And that seems to be the fear of a lot of people. We've seen Amazon lay off 16,000 people yesterday. Attributed that Microsoft is going to lay off an equal number again this year from what they've done last year. So a lot of the technology, big tech companies are laying off people, and they're sort of intrinsically saying related to AI, because I now have AI tools that can do the work of people. How do we prepare to get our people ready? What skills, what workforce, and the culture? When you mentioned the culture, but I need to have your answer in 2 minutes each. Good.
Yeah, sure. I think, I mean, and that's not an easy problem.
Exactly. Agree.
But I really do believe that we AI, very, very powerful piece of technology. But that is not the challenge before us. I think the challenge before us is harnessing the creativity that exists and promoting that mindset shift, which would start as early as the kindergarten days. You know, and the example I give is I remember many years ago when I received when you know my father passed away, you know, and I received my first device. It was and I'm gonna tell you the name of the device because it will date me too much. But the point is,
Come on, do it.
that is the tool that I learned to write my first piece of code on. And then you fast forward many years later, started off my career as a developer in our organization and creating value. And I remember sitting with, you know, my daughter at the time was heading into kindergarten. So I asked, I said, what is the curriculum around computer science and coding? And the teacher looked at me as though I was asking, you know, she said, well, yeah, we have computers. I said, yeah, no, I see them, but what are they gonna learn? What are they gonna do? So I think we have institutions in the region. We have tertiary institutions. I'm a product of one of them. I'm very proud to be a product of the West Indies, you know, the University of West Indies. We need to move. I think we need to promote big eye innovation as opposed to small eye innovation more, meaning translating the research, the good work and a lot of good work happens into real world impact. I think we need to, at the preschool and the primary levels, bring a formal curriculum, not just about AI or coding, but that mindset shift. When we look at areas around the world and you see what you're doing with education and the type of people that they're preparing and creating, it allows for our people, again, and I go back to what I said earlier, to participate in the global economy, this global digital economy. So are we there yet? No. Are we trending in the right direction? I'm the eternal optimist. I see what the government is doing. I see a lot of entrepreneurs locally making use of the technology appropriate to their size, appropriate to their risk appetite. And we need to do that. I think we need more of these forums to continue. And I think we, you know, we have as professionals in the region, as senior professionals in the region, I think we need to evangelize this more and stay away. I mean, it's always tempting to speak to the sexiness of the AI, the sexiness of the BI, the sexiness of the tool. But we need to look for real value and show those opportunities because we don't have infinite resources in this part of the world. But to be direct, I think, George, I would really like to see the way we educate our people from the very earliest age, from infancy, to be focused on creating young men and women who are able to boldly step and be part of this digital economy. And whether it is BI, whether it's internet technologies, whether it is AI, or whether it's the next thing that will undoubtedly come. If we talk, you know, quantum computing, whatever it is, that our mindset shifts from just being consuming what comes from other parts of the world to being predisposed to being controlled risk takers, willing to experiment and willing to contribute to the ocean of knowledge. I think that is where the opportunity is, and that is where our part of the world, our region, needs to focus on. And I would just end by saying, I see green shoots. I see it happening in the medium and small business sector. They're using the little technology appropriate to what they to create value. And I am seeing governments talking about it and doing it. And looking to find the opportunities, whether it is automation, workflow. Early days yet, we have a lot of work to do, but the conversations are happening and we're trending in the right direction, George.
Great. Thanks, Kirk. Kirk and I'm sorry, Ebony and Chris, I'm going to skip your responses to this. If we have time at the end, we'll come back. But I really want to ask a final question before I probably try to take some questions from the audience, if any exists. If you could implement one AI initiative tomorrow, either in a company that you're working with or in a government that will transform the Caribbean, what would that be? And can you tell me in a minute or so, what does success look like for AI-enabled digital transformation? Try to be brief on what's that one thing that you want to tell this audience today about implementing an AI initiative that would transform the company that you're involved with, or if you don't need to mention the name of the company, the Caribbean. What do you think that initiative is? Chris?
I would, if I were given that question for our situation here in Jamaica, one of the complaints I hear very, very regularly is, and I will, for this one, I'll focus on public sector. I'll focus on the government.
Yep.
With a population of just under 3 million people, a lot of people, a lot of the citizens of the country do not understand the services that the government provides for them. It's sad, but it's a real situation. And I think that may be also Caribbean-wide, but I'm just speaking for Jamaica. So a first project, which, and why it comes to mind is because a colleague of mine is actually in the midst of working on it, assisted by the IDB and our local ICT authority, which is the company, used to be called eGov, responsible for implementing government technologies. So it's still in development phase, and it's creating a national chatbot. But not just a chatbot like most of the other chatbots. This one is actually based upon WhatsApp, which is very, very popular in our region. We all communicate using WhatsApp. So imagine just taking up your WhatsApp and go to the government chat. It's, GOJ, chatbot. I think they call it Jambot, right? Just go there and ask it any single question about especially now, because we're in the midst of this hurricane relief, where there are aid packages available, there are things happening in people's communities that they have no clue about, right? And that's for a wide variety of reasons, which we don't have no time to get into. So the short answer, George, is create a type of technology that once the person goes and speak to it in your local dialect and language, because when we did the demo for this thing just last week and I saw it, I was like, wow. In Jamaica, of course, in Caribbean, we have our local dialect, our patois, right? And you ask a question, something in a patois, and it answers you in a patois, right? And the fact of the matter is that I was surprised how up to date it was, because what he has done with the system, similar to what ChatGPT did, he has gone over every single solitary website that the government has public and literally inhaled it into the database. And any question that you ask it, it just answers from the data that the government has put out in public. So it's not going into any secret or something that's private and confidential. But all of the various 200 plus MDAs, ministries, departments, and agencies, it has gone and sucked all information that is made. So for example, I asked it a question. Hi, I would like to get my national identification. And I mean, within a second, it came up and said, to get your national identification, either call this number, and I checked, it was the actual number for the office, or email this to get an appointment, and then bring the following 4 forms, and you will have your ID within 3 days. That's exactly accurate. And I was like, well, we just came up with that 3 days ago. How you know that? And he's like, well, my thing, every night it goes and it scrapes and it scrapes and it scrapes. So that's what I would suggest. And it's something that's happening right now. I hope the next time we speak, I can tell you that it was implemented. Thank you.
Great. I know that Trinidad has something like that called a Nancy, which apparently works very well. Ebony?
Yeah, I will try to keep this very quick. Loved what Christopher said. That's exactly what I would do as well. I think, I saw some people in the chat mentioning Anansi, and I think, Anansi is an absolute positive step in the right direction. And I fully support the intent behind it. But I think AI is only as effective as the data that it draws from, right? And I think if the data is outdated, if it's inconsistent, we won't realize the value that the citizens are going to expect, right? And I think this is where, for me, strong coordination matters. So like we do have an ANSI now, and the MPAAI, which is our ministry in public administration and AI, they have done a good job in terms of helping to foster some of these initiatives through. But what I would say is that we need to do a better job of defining, clearly defining some of the standards that are needed, the data requirements. If we're scraping the information from the ministry, has that other ministry that we're scraping the information from updated their information? If we're passing out incorrect information or false, outdated information, what is the value? So to me, I think we have to be very, very mindful of that. Just quickly, another issue that came up was the whole, this was recent, where it was the immigration forms. That was another thing that was a big to-do in Trinidad, and the manual forms, and people don't, like the fact that we still have to fill these out. But the thing about it, if you all think back, there was an initiative a little while ago where we had put in airport kiosks. And, again, I am not critical of us trying these things. To me, experimentation is absolutely necessary. But to me, what is missing is the transparency around the outcomes of that. So, okay, we did it. It's not taken on, we've not adopted it fully. So clearly there were issues with it. What worked? What didn't work? Where is the data? What did the data tell us? And how are we taking those learnings? I'm seeing somebody saying it's out of date. Yes, I agree, it probably is. But the fact of the matter is that when we do these initiatives and when we're bringing on board these new types of efforts, I think it's imperative that we take a look at the data in the back end. One, make sure that the data is correct and it's going to add value to the citizens who are going to be using it. And two, that we look at the data around it and figure out how do we make it better, iterate, improve, put it back out there. We're too slow in terms of our turnaround of using these things to really add value and come to market with it. Instead, we let rest on our laurels. Okay, we tried it, and that's the end of that. And I think we have to get a lot better about doing these things in a much faster rollout.
Thank you, Ebony. I'm going to try and answer. Let's see if we could get at least one or maybe just two answers on the chat responded to. From the first one was from Julianne Brown. What would be your suggestion to companies about the managing the development of AI skills among staff and possibly dependence on the technology over time? Can you take a shot at answering this question?
Yeah, sure. I think it starts from a governance perspective on clearly outlining within the organization what are the use cases, how are you going to use AI, and align it with the risk appetite of the organization. A key part of that involves putting the information out there and proactively educating employees about what the technology is and how it can be used to augment their own day-to-day work in the organization. Because ultimately, the communication and the change management around the introduction of new technologies, if not done correctly, often results in big problems. So that's the approach that I have taken in my organization, and it is around developing the policy and communicating the change and educating, creating the awareness at all levels within the organization.
Okay, good. Terence, I know that you asked a question, but I'm not sure we have enough time to respond to it. So I'm going to take a note of the question and I'll respond to you directly with responses from the panel, and I'll send them to you in the chat or as a follow-up to this conversation. So I think that we're at the end of the session, unfortunately. As Kirk said at the beginning, this entire topic is, we can talk days on this topic and to garner all the experiences that we've had in this industry about this topic, but unfortunately, all good things must come to an end. So first of all, let me thank you, panelists, for your insights and the quality of the conversations that you've brought to our audience, and absolutely for being part of this conversation. If there's one takeaway from, I think, from all that you said today, panelists, AI is not a future concept for the Caribbean. It really is a present opportunity. And the choices we make now will shape the region's competitiveness, resilience, and prosperity for decades to come. Let's continue this conversation beyond the virtual room. Thank you so very much for participating. Thanks to the audience. Thanks to the IGF team that put this together. That's the end of our session today. I'm going to hand you back. I think we're on a lunch break now and we start back at 1 p.m. Is that correct, IGF team?
Hi, George. We actually go straight into Ajmal's session.
Okay, great. Okay, good. That's excellent. So I'd like to then take this opportunity. Thank you, panel. And I'm going to switch now to Ajmal's session, which is very happy to introduce Mr. Ajmal Nazir as the moderator of the next panel on the topic of the digital divide. Ajmal is Caribbean tech entrepreneur and CEO of Taurus One, the company behind AutoCoder, low-code platform accelerating digital transformation through automation, AI, and secure cloud services. He's also the founder of Red Touch, cybersecurity and digital governance brand supporting across the region. Ajmal is a valuable member of the TT Mag team and IGF team who's been responsible for putting this event together. Ajmal, over to you and welcome.
Thank you for that, George. Just want to make sure everyone can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Excellent. So thank you, everyone. Good afternoon. I'm running the panel on digital divide. So digital divide has been a topic that's been discussed a number of times, not only in IGF in the past, but in other forums. And it's an important topic because traditionally we've looked at it from a connectivity perspective. So when it comes to Internet Governance Forum, digital transformation, AI, cybersecurity, if you're not connected to the internet, then it doesn't really matter. And in the past, over the last 10, 15 years, in Trinidad, we've been focused on getting the connectivity up. My background is from the telecom sector, so I've been operational in the telecom sector, working alongside my competitors and the regulator, the Telecom Authority. And we've been tackling this digital divide and how to connect every last person up in Trinidad. I personally believe that we've made a lot of headway in terms of actual connectivity. Most people in Trinidad can get connection to the internet one way or another, but does that mean the digital divide is complete? Have we achieved it? I would say no, but it's a discussion that we're going to have today with my panelists who come from across multiple disciplines, got a wealth of experience. I'll introduce you to them shortly, but we will be discussing about the other factors of digital divide. Is it just about connectivity, or are there other factors that we need to take into consideration? And what is the impact if there is a digital divide? So with that, let me first start off by introducing Curly Prescott. No stranger in the telecoms industry. I'm sure most of you will know Curly, but I'm just going to run through a short bio. Curly Prescott has served as the Chief Executive Officer of the Telecommunication Authority of Trinidad and Tobago, having been promoted from the role of Executive Officer of Technology and Engineering in the organization. He has over 2 decades of leadership experience in technical and general management roles in the telecommunications sector. His portfolio includes work with both regulators and operators such as TSCT, Columbus Communications, Trinidad Limited, Flow, and Cable and Wireless Communications across various markets in the region, including Trinidad and Tobago, Curacao, Barbados, Grenada, and Windward Islands. He also serves as chair of Spectrum Management Steering Committee of the Caribbean Telecommunication Union. Curly holds a BSc First Class Honors in Electrical computer engineering from UWI and an MSc distinction in telecommunications from the University of Maryland, both pursued under academic scholarships. He's an avid cricket fan and a soca music lover, and lives with his wife, Tricia, and the 2 sons in central Trinidad. Welcome to the panel, Curly.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, glad to be here. Honored to be invited.
Excellent. Next, we also have someone who'll be no stranger to most people in Trinidad. We have Rushton Paré, who's the Managing Director and founder of Computer Technologies and Services Limited, CTSL, an integrated IT services company established in 1995. Following a 10-year period of national service in Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago, he returned full-time to lead CTSL into the next phase of growth. During his tenure in Parliament, he served as Vice Chair of the Public Accounts Enterprise Committee, strengthening oversight and accountability within state enterprises, and contributed to legislative reform through his work on Joint Select Committee on the Cannabis Authority Bill in 2020. With a professional background in telecommunications and project management, he has supported innovation in governance and community development. He now brings this expertise to advancing CTSL's mission of delivering practical, reliable, and forward-looking IT solutions that support business performance and national development. Rushton, welcome to the panel.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. Thanks for having me. Thanks for the invitation as well.
Excellent. Next, we move on to Schofield Thomas, who is the Managing Director of 800 Tech Limited, where he has driven strategic growth and innovation for more than 13 years. With over 25 years of experience in information and communication technology, Schofield has supported numerous established organizations in Trinidad and wider Caribbean to modernize and optimize their technology stacks. His career spans strategic IT leadership, ICT governance, digital transformation, and cybersecurity program implementation. Schofield holds multiple industry certifications in Microsoft technologies, networking engineering, system administration and design, fiber and copper technologies, managed services, and backup management. He also holds a master's in small and medium enterprise management from Arthur Lockjack Graduate School of Business, bringing a balance of technical expertise and a strategic business insight to his leadership. Under his direction, 800 Tech has evolved into a trusted partner for businesses seeking secure, resilient, and scalable technology solutions. The company's services focus on cybersecurity as a core discipline, alongside IT resourcing as a service, ITRAAS, and custom development services, helping clients confidently navigate digital disruptions and compliance challenges. Schofield, welcome to the panel.
Thank you very much. Glad to be here.
All right. And then finally, we have, last but not least, we have Keenan Singh, the man who refuses to get old and has been a young lad for the last 20 years since I've known him. Keenan is the founder and CEO of Airlink Communications, where he leads a team of over 100 professionals dedicated to delivering high-speed internet, video, and critical connectivity to rural communities across Trinidad. Under his strategic leadership, the company has developed a TIA-rated 3 data center. Now, that's a milestone project that supports Trinidad and Tobago's national development. An award-winning entrepreneur, Keenan was honored with the 2022 Business Technology Award by the Trinidad and Tobago Chamber of Industry and Commerce. Building on more than 20 years of executive experience in the telecommunications industry, he is currently advancing his technical and strategic expertise as a doctorate student at Florida International University, having previously earned an executive MBA from the University of West Indies. Keenan, welcome.
Thank you.
Right. Okay, so let's dive in. We obviously have wealth of experience and expertise on this panel, so I think everyone's keen to hear what we have to say on digital divide. So I want to kick off with the first question, and we'll keep an eye out in the questions from the audience to see if there's anything else they want to ask. First, do all our customers, employees, and partners have reliable access to the digital services we expect them to use. So we're talking infrastructure, geography, affordability. And I'd like to start off with Schofield.
All right, sure. So based on that question, I would say yes to a point, but some of the barriers, still remain cost. And I think most parts for businesses, especially I operate in the SME sector, connectivity is not much of an issue. It's more the adoption of the technology, that it affords. That is a big problem. So while they may have stable internet connectivity, but it goes a little way beyond that in terms of how to utilize the technology, how they onboard technology into the environment, and then get their staff or the employees to start utilizing technology to bring about efficiency.
Right. Thank you for that. Keenan, do we have reliable access to digital services?
Well, first, I think we have to go back to the past and look how far we've come. And I think the regulator has to take a lot of credit here. Trinidad is probably one of the most connected islands in the hemisphere. Maybe I would even say the world. And one of the reasons for that is because of the highly competitive environment we have in Trinidad. I think everybody can remember maybe 20 or so years ago, we had just one operator, and the one operator was owned by the government. And, if we were still living under those same circumstances, everybody would have probably had a dial-up connection, today. But because of competition, we have one of the most connected societies in the world. And that's pretty remarkable for us to achieve that in less than 20 years. So in terms of connectivity, I think we have surpassed our expectations, and or the goals that we have set, we've far surpassed them. And I look forward to seeing what happens in the future. The second part to this equation is cost. Cost has also gone down. I mean, I think we could all remember, 20 years ago paying, $200 or $300 for a dial-up connection, and you had to probably take a second phone line, so you had to pay another, $100 or whatever for the rental fee for that line. And now we've gone from getting, a dial-up connection for $200 to maybe you can get an internet connection for probably as low as $100. So cost has gone down as well. So the affordability, so it's two parts to this equation, one being access and one being affordability. And competition has really fixed that problem for us. For the future, I'm a bit concerned now because we do have some consolidation that's happening. A lot of the larger players are buying up the smaller players. And if we go back to sort of a monopoly or duopoly, we may go back to seeing higher prices, which now begs the question of, can people afford the connection that they would have afforded, 2 or 3 years ago? So that's where we've come. That's where we are today. I think we've largely solved that, and the regulator could take a bow for that, because it's largely because of policy that the government would have put in and would have executed on, pretty flawlessly.
Right. I would second that. I do think the regulator, the TAP, has done a fantastic job over the last 20 years, and I've interfaced them through my work in the telecommunications. So I would agree that. Rushton, what's your
So
view?
I want to agree with Keenan in terms of where we've come from. When we are looking at accessibility, I don't think there's any question on the availability of internet services throughout the entire island. Looking at the TAT last report from third quarter last year, I think that's the one that I've been looking at recently. We have absolutely no question on access. So if that has to be transferred amongst the question that you ask, whether your customers, your employees, your partners have reliable access, yes, I think we have that. We've covered that. I think there is very little digital divide anymore.
Rushton, I think we may have lost you. Oh, okay. Hopefully it's not a connectivity issue.
I see he's back. I see he's back.
Yeah, I think we got disconnected there. That's good quality service in Mayaro. I wouldn't argue about that. But I was saying, and I think the hiccup they would prove my point. You have the divide when you bring geography into it. You have a divide when you bring the competitiveness, how many players are in the market where you reside. There is a divide in the responsiveness in terms of fixing issues, bringing back your service online, and so on. So to answer your initial question, Ajmal, I think access is not an issue anymore. When you look at the third quarter data from TAT, mobile services is, I think, 120 to 100, which is excellent. There's almost universal fixed broadband services according to the data. So access is no issue. I think further on, we can talk about the challenges with geography, income level, urban versus rural, competitiveness, cost per gigabyte. Those things really will create some divides, which I think, we can talk about later on. So access, no issue.
Right. Okay. So let me bring in Curly from TAT. What is your perspective on this, Curly?
Just confirming you all are hearing me.
Yes.
We can
Okay,
hear
great.
you, but you seem to be frozen.
Yeah, I'll probably try and log in and log back out shortly, but I am frozen on my end as well, maybe on the app
All
side.
right.
So I'll say thanks to the kind words from Keenan and Ajmal and Rushdan on our role, but I would have to say that we can't take all of the credit. We've benefited a lot from the entrepreneurial spirit of the service providers in our market. I mean, Keenan is actually one of our flagship entrepreneurs. Rushton himself was an entrepreneur that would competitiveness in Mayaro. He himself was one of those competitors in another life, providing choice to consumers. And of course, that competitiveness is not just at the local level, on the in-market level. It's also on the subsea level. We were lucky enough, we were fortunate enough as a country to be able to attract investment into subsea cables, which would have now created that environment, as Keenan was alluding to, where providers had multiple sources to source internet connectivity. They didn't have to all go through TSCT, as Keenan alluded to get off island. They could have gone to another player and use competitive pricing to get good access, and then they could have launched their local services. So we have been fortunate in that regard to have those entrepreneurs in the market, both off island and in the market, to produce that competitiveness in the space. And we've been pleased to be able to facilitate that. However, while the data, as Rushton alludes to, and the data, I mean, we absolutely back the data. It speaks to almost every home having access to a broadband connection. We do look deeper. As the regulator, our responsibility is not to look at it from an aggregate high level. We try to go, into the communities and still find those remaining pockets that may still not have a reliable broadband connection. And to Rushton's point, in those communities that may only have one or two providers, we're trying to engender competition. Right now, one of the requests that we as a regulator have in front of us is a provider trying to expand their footprint into other areas. And one of the aspects we look into is that the other areas that they're moving to, is there a level of competitiveness in that area? And if it is, there's only one or two providers, then we are more inclined to say, yes, let's engender, let's promote, let's encourage that expansion so that persons, customers have those 3 and 4 providers in that area. Starlink has proposed another option, that satellite option, has allowed another option that also allows us to get access into the pockets of communities that don't traditionally have access, as well as provide an alternative choice. I think one of the limitations of Starlink, however, is that a subscriber must have a credit card in order to gain access to Starlink, and credit card penetration isn't that high. So there's still a little bit of a gap there, when we talk about digital divide, where you may be in a community, you may only have one provider, you may want to explore options, but because you don't have a credit card, you can't really leverage the competitive options that are available to you. So those are some of the financial and I guess demographic issues that arise when we start talking about trying to enhance competition and closing the digital divide. And I guess the last point I want to raise from a quality perspective, we still aspire to improve the level of reliability and quality of broadband in the country. We've introduced a lot of tools. We look at both at crowdsourcing tools as well as broadband measurement probes to help us to assess the quality. Thankfully, the data that we've been collecting has shown that broadband speeds are improving year on year, every year for the last 4 years. The average broadband connection in Trinidad and Tobago continues to improve, the download speeds and upload speeds. And, from a report, a publicly available report we've seen at Ookla, published by Ookla, who runs the speed test app, it's shown that Trinidad and Tobago is, in the top tier, top 2 countries in the region in terms of broadband speeds and so on. So, we look forward to the competitiveness and the entrepreneurial spirit in the market continuing to drive those qualities and availability and making sure services are widely available. We, from our perspective as a regulator, we continue to look for those opportunities where we could assist the industry through universal service funding initiatives to expand their network into additional communities where they would not traditionally have service, or where it's not very viable to expand service. And again, in the other area we're looking at, to Schofield's point, is to assisting those communities, the elderly communities, the elderly, folks, folks that need that upskilling to traditional farmers and so on, who need upskilling to use technology to benefit their livelihoods. And that's another area we continue to partner and look into to ensure that persons can leverage all of this connectivity that's available in their communities.
Right. Thank you for that. And I know Keenan will be very interested in knowing that you have a USF fund that you're now willing to share. So you may get some applications from him. But something that you mentioned about the credit card and Starlink, and I think that's a very important point, where even if you solve the connectivity issue, once you are connected, once I have internet connection, if I don't have a credit card, I can't get access to services. If I'm let's say, a developer and I want to access Google or Amazon or any of these software as a service type of premium services, and I don't have a credit card, I can't access them. And that also causes a digital divide, not from a connectivity perspective, but I cannot access some of these digital services. I'm going to mix up my questions because I just saw something in the chat group. Well, first from Glenn McKnight, he sent a link for everyone in the chat group for a digital divide course that is available by GSMA. So you guys can take a look at that. Thanks for that, Glenn. And then I had a comment from Cleveland who says, I think there is a digital divide due to literacy, socioeconomic situations, and yes, some geography, or should I say level of accessibility, right? So taking those comments, my next question is, are we assuming a level of digital literacy that not all users or staff actually have? And I'll go in reverse order this time. So Curly, start with you.
Well, I would say from our perspective, where we sit at the authority, we don't make that assumption. We would have conducted a digital inclusion survey in 2021, which would have we partner with the CSO to make sure our survey approach is recognized and could stand up to scrutiny. But one of the things we measure is the level of adoption of digital technologies, which would touch on these things like literacy and so on. So if you're not literate, obviously you're limited in what you can do with the technology. The type of apps and services that you would enjoy would be limited. So we don't make any assumptions around that. That's something we measure actively. We would have measured it in our Digital Inclusion Survey 2021. And we're in the process right now of kicking off our Digital Inclusion Survey for 2026, where we're looking now to update those statistics, update those, our metrics as to where as a country we are by region, by district, in terms of both connectivity access, infrastructure availability, as well as the sort of the adoption, as well as the, having the right skills. So it's not something we assume. And then once we have that data, we identify the regions, we identify programs by which we could try to close the gap in terms of skills. So of course, from our prior survey, we have identified the elderly as a key segment that needed support. That would have triggered our design of our ICT for Seniors program that we would have conducted last year, where we would have conducted a number of outreach programs with the elderly, where we invited them to community access centers, ICT community centers, and we exposed them to cyber scams, to online banking, to financial technology, to artificial intelligence, AI, the benefits of it, to WhatsApp, to staying in touch. So it's not something we presume, but it's something we're very aware of, and we're happy to partner with other agencies, and we do partner with other agencies like the Tobago Information Technology Limited and so on, to reach to those communities and to try to deliver programs that could help upskill those segments of the population that need those programs.
Right. Thanks for that insight. Useful information.
If I may, Ashmal, I just
sure.
went through another point there about visually impaired and so on. So we do actually have a program for that too, called the Persons with Disabilities Program. It's funded by our Universal Service Fund. So we have, you sort of reiterated it for Keenan, but we have the fund there with it's fairly well, populated. There's a bit of funds in there. And we continually issue devices, subsidized devices. Right now, the subsidy is up to the value of $900 per device. Both mobile providers, Digicel and TSTT, support the program. So customers can go and purchase devices that can support their needs, their visual impaired or hearing impaired needs, and improve their lifestyle. So it's something we are very aware of. We do it in partnership with the Ministry of Social Development, People and Social Development. But it's definitely one of the programs we have designed to target and assist that community as well. Once they're willing to come to us, we're able to assist.
Right. Thanks for that. I mean, I actually was not aware of that, and I sort of hold myself to be quite fairly in tune with what's happening in the telecom sector. So that's definitely useful information. Rushton?
Yeah, an interesting point concerning Starlink and the inability to pay via credit cards. Just this morning, Shiva and I, Shiva Bisesa and I were having a quick conversation, and there is a correlation between the unbanked, that is people who either don't have access to bank accounts, Visa cards, and so on, by choice or by the inability to provide the required information based on this new factor regulations and so on. There is a correlation between that number and the digital illiteracy as well. And what I mean by that is our 2024 data on the unbanked says about 24% of Trinidad and Tobago, in terms of adults, do not have banking accounts. So they operate via cash, pillowcase, bed mattresses. Those are the normal things that they use. Now, I raise that point in that if we don't bridge that gap in terms of the literacy, we're going to have a problem. There are still a lot of elderly people who refuse to use ATMs because they find that that technology is too difficult. There are people in communities, and I mean, as sitting as a member of parliament for 10 years, I would have encountered all of these types of conversations in terms of people coming and lining up in front of the banks just to get cash and so on. Those are the group that I think are more susceptible to the cybercrime scams. I don't think we're doing enough with regards to informing the general population. There's not enough training, awareness. I think there is some, but not enough. I remember at least about 2 years ago, I tried to get one or two of these agencies when the issue of the cybercrime legislation came up before the parliament. I tried to get them to come to Mayaro, Rio Claro. Let's get the schools involved. Let's talk about some of those things in order to raise the literacy level. And to me, if we don't tackle that, we're not going to be able to really answer the issue of the divide again, because access, everyone has access, but because of, again, your geography, your income status, when I looked at the data from the TAT report as well, you would find that, the urban centers have more access to fixed broadband internet, which is faster, more consistent, more support. Cost per gigabyte is a lot less. While in rural Trinidad and Tobago, Mayaro, Rio Claro, Moruga, these places, there is a huge access to mobile internet because it's easier in terms of having your phones, getting the accounts. It's easier upfront, but when you bring it back down to cost per gigabyte, it's more expensive. So there is a disadvantage for people who are living in some of these rural communities when having to access via mobile services. And then what you can accomplish on a fixed broadband connection, it's much more difficult to access that kind of services using your mobile. So again, coming back to the digital divide, I know we have that universal service fund. My last count on that probably 2 or 3 years ago was somewhere in the vicinity of about $130 million. I don't know if that has increased by now. I don't think a lot of people is aware of the funds availability. How do you access it in terms of NGOs in rural communities like Mayaro, Rio Claro, Moruga? How do you get your existing providers to access the funds to do last mile and so on? So really to get that literacy level up, access level up, so we can look at the other issues around the digital divide. But I think you have so much of interconnecting issues, and just being unbanked is one of them in terms of getting access to Starlink and be able to pay your monthly fees and so on in some of these rural communities.
Right. Thanks for that. And Keenan.
Yeah, so just going back to the USF, I want to talk a little bit more about that. By and large, the USF has not worked. It was designed to bridge the digital divide, to provide services in areas that, it's not feasible for existing telcos to provide service. And we've been running for about 20 years now, and we have not accessed that fund. And by and large, our customer base is those rural communities, and we found a market there because they were not connected. And we went in. It's kind of sad that the regulator dropped off. We if we wouldn't mind getting a check after the fact from the USF because we've been providing services, for all of these years. But that's not how the USF fund works. And by and large, it just hasn't worked. It hasn't done what it was intended to do. And it is what it is. But going back to your question regarding, the digital literacy and whatever have you, that's not something that I really follow. To be honest with you, if people have a choice, I'm a firm believer in freedom to choose. If you want to use the technology, use it. If you don't want to use it, don't use it. Some people think that using technology is, doesn't make their life any better. The older folks and whatever have you. And really, it's not a very high priority priority conversation, because those people, they're not going to live forever. I mean, we're not going to be we're not going to be having this discussion, 10 years or 15 years from now, because the younger generation are, very well. And again, we have to ask the question, are the younger folks' lives any better, or are they better off, glued to a screen, for 15 or 16 hours a day? But that's a different conversation that I'm not going to get into today.
Yeah, right. Just before we move on to Schofield, I think on the USF fund, having been, part of the telecom industry, I think is governed, and Curly can jump in after, by legislation on what it can exactly be used for, and I think it's fairly narrow. So I think in the past, when it's come up that can we use it for these projects, it's been a legal situation. I don't know if that is the case or if that is accurate. Maybe they need to widen the interpretation of what the USF is for. I think it was initially for connectivity, and most places I think that connectivity is quite high unless you change the definition of connectivity. And again, on the USF fund, I know, Shiva, I got your question, so I will bring that in a minute. And Curly, I don't know if you want to comment on that before I move to Schofield.
Right, yes, but I would love to comment. It's just that I was restarting my machine to get my camera back up. So I would have
You
missed.
ran off.
Well, no. I was just trying to get my camera restored. So I would have
Okay.
missed the exact question or concern as it relates to the Universal Service Fund. So I heard you trying to respond on my behalf, but I'm happy to chime in once I get the full context of the question.
Right. So it wasn't so much of a question, but our young entrepreneur Keenan is suggesting that in his view, the USF fund has not been successful. It failed. There's probably 130 mil in there. It's not being used, and it's not doing what it was intended to do, or it's not being spent.
Oh, I could definitely chime in on that. And actually, just before I joined this call, I was actually had a Universal Service Committee meeting. So we actually spend about 15 million a year in Okinan. About 12 of that million is spent on over 200 Wi-Fi locations. So we would have connected about 230 locations, comprising about 115 health centers, about 75 schools, another 23 transit hubs, and 12 libraries. We have well over 230 locations connected with Wi-Fi. So we provide free Wi-Fi at those locations. And of course, Rushton, we have locations connected in Mayaro as well, at the library and so on and so forth. So we do have, and all the health institutions across the country. So we do have over 230 sites connected with TT Wi-Fi. I would even challenge Keenan to say Keenan has some of those sites connected, Ashma. The Airlink, they connect a few of those sites in the Princestown region, especially like Moruga, Laloon. Airlink is our provider down there. So we have about 230 sites connected. And the internet and the Wi-Fi is all paid for from the Universal Service Fund. So that's one particular project we've done. Another project we've done, as I mentioned, we support the devices for persons with disabilities, those with hearing and visual impairments. We have about 2,000 recipients so far since the program was launched would have gotten a subsidized device from the Universal Service Fund, and about $900 times 2,000, so that's about close to $2 million we've spent in devices for persons with those impairments, with those disabilities, I should say. So there's the TT Wi-Fi side, there's the persons with the disability side. We have spent about $1 million in the last couple of years to equip a community in Palliative Bay and Tobago with about 300 to 400 homes up there. We'd have expanded broadband infrastructure into that community. And another project we're pursuing right now, and we're hoping to have activated soon, will be outfitting of ICT access centers. So we've awarded a contract to an internet service provider in the region of Indian Trail, Grand Couva. So we're outfitting that community center with ICT infrastructure, with computers, with Wi-Fi and internet access. And that project should be finished by March, yeah? So we're doing a number of projects. As I say, we spend roughly about 15 million a year in connectivity initiatives, because we actually pay the ISPs for the TT Wi-Fi. It's not like they just do it. We pay them the monthly fee for the internet. We pay for the capital setup. And we continue to add more schools, more health centers, and so on. The health centers actually is a great opportunity of internet connectivity in rural areas like Tabakit, Mayara, and so on, because of course, many times you have elderly people, they go there for their monthly checkups. And without TT Wi-Fi, they would have been discouraged to have to go and spend 2-3 hours waiting to go and get their checkup. Now they can go to the health center while waiting for their care. They could connect with family, they could friends, stay in touch, stream videos, that sort of stuff. So it does improve the overall experience at the health center. So while you're waiting for care, you can stay occupied, you can stay connected. So no, we're very pleased with what we've done with the Universal Service Fund. We would have actually early last year, we would have, I mentioned Palo TVA. We would have in Tobago, we would have invited bids for connectivity projects in Matlot and Navet. So Navet is in Central, not too far from your area there, Rushton. I think it's a little north of Rio Claro. So we would have invited bids for Navet and for Matlot. Those are communities that have been traditionally for years not have had broadband connectivity. The award of those bids were delayed due to the changeover of our board last year, 2025. But now that our new board is appointed, we've been able to proceed and award those contracts. So we can expect fiber infrastructure to be rolled out in those communities in Matlot and Navet in the next 3 to 4 months. So exciting things are happening. Rest assured, Keenan, the money is being spent. And we actually, this is transparently published as well. So we do have an implementation report that we publish every 2 years, so persons can see what we're doing with the Universal Service Fund. Yes, we do have over $100 million, you're right, Keenan, in the fund, but we're actively working to have it spent. Obviously, we can't spend it irresponsibly, right? We have to ensure that it's spent on things that bring value to people and that we get good value for money. So we don't just give it to anyone. We make sure we get the lowest bidders coming in. But we absolutely are deploying projects and using that fund accordingly.
Right. Thank you for setting the record straight there, Curly. And Keenan, be careful if they do start spending it. You know where the USF comes from, right? Then you'll call me up again. So, Schofield, literacy, right? And to sort of reset the tone a bit. You're working with a lot of SMEs and going in and trying to encourage them to move to digital transformation. I do a similar thing. One of the challenges I see, and I don't know if this resonates with you, is that when you speak to decision makers, they are not digitally illiterate and they are hesitant to make the decisions. And then either they make the wrong decisions or wrong decisions have been made, expensive wrong decisions have been made. And that is down to digital illiteracy for people higher up in the business environment. Are you seeing a similar thing? What's your perspective?
Yes, I am. But before I answer that, I just want to support what Curly was saying, that I have seen the government make a effort to boost literacy. And I'm seeing that through the agencies, different agencies. So I'm seeing that rolling out. And yes, we need to be able to have our people more literate. And coming back in terms of business perspective, what I see is that we have basic literacy happening in the SME community or probably in the wider business community, the users, the end users themselves. We have a basic literacy that's established, but we need a little more than that. We need a little upgrade in terms of their literacy skills. And yes, in terms of the business decision makers, when you go to them with a strategy or you go to do a deployment based on technology, a lot of them don't understand what you're saying. So you have to now explain that technology to them, and they are not fully on board or not literate enough to understand the implications and impact of having this type of technology in their business. And it's always a challenge to let business owners understand, or make them understand rather, that we are living in a digitally enabled environment, and this is how you're going to be competing. You're going to be competing in a digital environment, so you need to have these digital tools that will enable your business to reach global. And I often reference it as a mechanism to help us to earn foreign exchange, because we have a lot of skilled people in Trinidad and Tobago, skilled people, but sometimes the teams that they have may not be, equally matched to the desires of these entrepreneurs that are highly skilled. So let's say, for instance, you have one entrepreneur, Mr. X, he's highly skilled, good strategy, but then he can't do everything on his own. So he's dependent on getting the right people in the right spaces to help.
Schofield, I think you've muted yourself.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. So the onus now becomes, his on him, on his company, to be able to enable these employees to be able to fulfill, that task that they have to. So what we see often is like simple things. Now we've had Office 365 and Google for a long time, but sometimes simple things like sharing a document from right within Word proves to be a challenge for employees. That, to me, that is basic. That is basic literacy. So imagine when you want to do something greater as create workflows and have remote work. Those things create barriers. And on the aspect of remote work, we have a digital divide there where you may have stable, reliable internet connection at your head office. But when you have the remote workers, sometimes based on urban location or remote location, there may be a slight degrade in terms of the quality of service, as Rushton was saying, the quality of service, which then may prevent them from accessing these cloud services that you, as a business person, may have put out to help them to do their jobs efficiently. So yes, we need to increase literacy, and I'm seeing the government doing their part, and as a private sector, we also need to pull together and do our part in terms of boosting that literacy pool in Trinidad and Tobago.
Right. Thanks for that. I'm going to stick with you for a bit, Schofield, because my next question is, look, do all employees benefit equally from digital tools, or do some feel left behind? And I think that is becoming more and more important with AI and the rapid change that is happening. So what are you seeing both internally in your own organization and let's see in other organizations?
So I think the first factor we have is fear, all right? Fear of some employees to raise their hand and say, hey, I just don't know how to do this properly. And then them seeking out the required assistance to enable themselves. So that's the first thing I see. And the fear rolls into the AI. So AI is a big black hole for a lot of people. It's nobody can really say for certain within the next, and I used to say 10 years, but within the next 3 to 5 years, we're not sure what the world is going to look like. What a fully AI-enabled world is going to look like. So we have that fear bandied about, and fear, as we know, cripple users and cripple people in a whole. So then they are fearful to accept a new way of doing something, thinking that, hey, this AI is going to come and replace me, or this tool that they put in is going to replace me. And we've heard this, and I know, Naz, you would have heard this too when you bring in technology in different companies. They try to stop the adoption of the technology, due to fear, instead of embracing it. And what I normally tell users, look at ways that it can enable you, not just in your business, but it enable you to be able to have another job. Because now you're not stuck doing this mundane task over and over and over, but now you have this tool and you can manipulate this tool as such, so that now you can work for company X and you can work for company Y at the same time, because that's what digital is being all about, being able to do multiple things at the same time, multi-thread. So you should be able to think in that format, not just this is going to take my job right now, but expand that. So we have to rid ourselves of the fear sometimes of the technology. And I'm not saying don't be cautious, but the fear in itself, disables us from moving forward in the manner that we want to.
Right. Okay. So let's move across to Rushton, CTSL. I know you're also playing in the AI field. So do employees, is there difference? Is there a divide between employees?
So I guess the nature of our business in terms of our staffing, employees, auxiliary staff, I mean, we're an IT company. Our hires are normally based on strong IT skills and so on. So there is no issue in terms of having that as a challenge internally. What we find is when we go to a customer to talk about AI and how do we transition to be competitive and so on, I think we have to step back and relook how we're doing some of those introductions. Yes, I think we scare people. There's a fear on people and job losses and so on. So, I mean, the bottom line is there is going to be a few job losses. I want to say a few in a global scale. I mean, you could measure that, how best you want. But I think it's how we approach. Now, we have a large amount of family-owned businesses in Trinidad and Tobago. A lot of large companies are family-owned. Now, when you look at the relationship between family-owned business and the employees, most of your employees is not a number. You know these people, you know their spouses, you know their children. And when we come to approach you to talk about efficiency and how we could do things faster with less people, yes, they want to do it because there's cost savings, there's a competitive advantage. But then I have a personal relationship with a number of these people that is going to be unemployed, or we may have to reposition them in the organization. Would I have place for all of them? So I think coming back to Schofield's issue about fear, that is part of the fear factor, more so when you're dealing with private sector companies that are family owned. I think probably the language that we have to look at when dealing with subsets of teams inside of organizations is, look, you're dealing with the accounting folks, let's break it down into processes. Hey, look, we could remove 4 processes to make your life easier, to make your day happier, and we can remove that from your daily activity. So we take out that fear factor that, hey, these processes, or we're going to change all the processes, we're going to lose our job. I think probably our approach and language has to be has to be done differently to get rid of the fear factor. And then how do we approach the changes via AI as process elimination, not people elimination? Yes, we're going to have to remove 1 or 2 persons. I guess there are some organizations where you can't use AI. There are things that you require the personal touch. In rural Trinidad, there are people who still want that hi, hello, handshake, hug when you go into a store. They still want that personal relationship. More so in rural communities, rather than going online and then you buy something and you can't touch it, you can't feel it. And when you push that towards the whole environment of AI, removing people, it could have some challenges when you have a Caribbean culture of hug and touch and kiss and say hello. I think that's part of the fear factor as well. The last comment I want to make on this is that something that is going to be a real issue for us here in Trinidad and Tobago. You have the manufacturing sector in this country has a very ambitious plan of doing about an additional $5 billion US in terms of trade over the next couple of years to 2030. Now, the challenge is right now in Trinidad and Tobago, you have a lot of additional expenditure that is coming for industries in Trinidad and Tobago, via, power, the cost of natural gas and so on. We have to compete with the region, compete with the international market, who many of their processes are adopting AI. They are reducing the amount of headcounts on the work floor. Their prices are going to be, very, very hard to compete with. How do we use AI in our manufacturing sector? Because that's where we're earning foreign exchange, to make sure our landed price after whatever increases that are coming to still be competitive in the Latin American region, in the Central American region, in CARICOM. And then what do we do with these people? And I mean, just before I exited, the parliament last year, we were starting to talk about what is parliament's role in making soft landing for companies that have no choice but to bring AI on board. How do we start to transition those people that is going to be affected in terms of some retraining, in terms of, having a fund by the state to help land them in a place for a year until they get, new jobs, they find new areas where you have more people-centered work rather than AI-driven work. And what is the role of the unions in terms of the public sector, in terms of negotiating arrangements when you have your bargaining to the state? How are we going to deal with the port authority when you have Chinese ports moving 100,000 containers with 20 guys in an ace? These things are coming, and all of those things we must be addressing at the state level, the parliamentary level, and as a business-to-business level. So those are the areas, and I think coming back to Schofield's point, if we don't eliminate that fear in the conversation, the adaptation is going to be a lot challenged, and that is going to keep us behind the curveball in competing with the rest of CARICOM and the rest of the world, and having this ambitious desire to hit a $5 billion US in terms of our trade in Trinidad and Tobago.
Thanks for that, Rushdan. Keenan, do all employees benefit equally from digital tools? And from where you are, I mean, that's from the telecom sector, from the ISP, but also from the data center, which leads into managed services, cloud services, and maybe AI centers, where I'm sure you've got a couple of H100s lying around that you're powering up and draining all our electricity, right? But what are you seeing? Are you seeing that some employees benefit more than others?
So I think we have to look at natural human behavior. People will always find the easiest way to do something, and they usually they usually won't admit, that they're using AI, but they're using it. One very practical example is when Google launched this polish feature on emails, right? I would get 100 emails a day or whatever have you, and usually from staff, and you would see grammatical errors, you'd see stuff in caps, you would see you would see little quirks about how they write, and all of a sudden when this feature came out, very nice very nice emails, and you ask them about it, it's like, oh no, we're not using that or whatever have you, but the emails changed, the tone changed. So they're using it, but they're not admitting that they're using it because maybe they have some, maybe they're a little bit insecure, about, you're admitting that they need help or whatever have you. I am proud to say that I use it because it makes me more productive. I don't have to sit there and read an email 4 and 5 times. I don't write in all caps. Even when you want to make a point, about something, and it simplifies a lot of the processes. We've heard this, over and over with when Henry Ford would have built the first car, that horses would be out of business. Then we heard it when personal computers came out, that typists will be out of work. And we've heard it over and over and over. But I think it just creates new opportunities. A lot of people are using it. A lot of people are not vocal about using it, and I think that's the key thing here. That if you ask them if they're using it, they may have some insecurity there, and I think that's where the issue is. But they are using it.
Right. No, I agree with you. I'm a proud subscriber to ChatGPT. I pay for it. I use it. I help it to write my emails, do a lot of work, help me in preparation for this forum and everything. I do use it. I don't know why people are hesitant to admit they don't. I'm not sure. Clearly, from regulator, or maybe you can put on a different hat to answer the question. Are employees benefiting equally?
Equally, I would say not exactly. It all comes down to the employee's propensity to embrace technology. So you have those who, as you know, are like you, Ash, they paid for their ChatGPT account. They have those who have all their AI note takers enabled on their device, and they're logging into meetings and taking notes and all that sort of good stuff. Even at my office, there's a Teams premium license. There was a guy, one of my colleagues, he would have just went ahead and paid for his Teams premium license so he could do AI notes and all that sort of stuff. So there are those who embrace it, who see the benefit, and they see how it's going to improve their productivity, right? Because, what there's that whole discussion. Rushton talked about people losing jobs. I don't disagree. I don't disagree. There's a very real possibility of that. But I think for those who feel a bit overworked and a little bit overburdened, they are embracing AI to ease up when they would have spent an hour writing minutes for a meeting. Now the AI just does it for them and they just get to review. So they'll spend 5-10 minutes reviewing, making little corrections, little tweaks, and so on. The other thing why I think the transition, the sort of the displacement of people due to AI is going to be a little bit phased, is that the AI itself is still learning, yeah? So I think a lot of times when I have adopted AI tools, the output from the AI tool is not perfect. It's not something I can't use the output from the AI and send it to Keenan. Keenan will roast me. I'm gonna have to review it and fix all the megahertz and the words and everything. So I still spend, whereas I might have spent half an hour preparing a response to Keenan, I might now spend 10 minutes. But it's helping me because when I have 20 people to respond to, I have Keenan and Rushton and Ash and all the other guys to respond to, where it would have had me working after hours till 6, 7, now I'll wrap up by 2:30, right? So it's from a productivity perspective, I see it helping me. I still see the need for a lot of human intervention. There's still a bit of a human intelligence element still needed. So you still need those eyes, making sure that everything makes sense and that the AI is understanding and applying what it's been trained on correctly. So I still think there's a transition phase in that regard. And as I said, coming back to the initial question about are all employees benefiting equally, I would say not exactly, but that's a challenge from a leadership perspective as management, is for me to be able to convey to all employees the benefit of it and to develop an environment where employees feel comfortable to using it. They don't feel as if they use AI, there's going to be we're going to penalize them. And there's a discussion, a disciplinary letter going to come. So I have to go create an environment where I demonstrate to employees that I'm using AI and there's benefits to it and there's productivity improvements. And hey, listen, what you used to spend 2 hours doing, you can do in half an hour. So there's a leadership role that we have to play to impress on employees that, hey, embrace it. We have to create the environment, we have to create the policies, the framework where persons are allowed to use AI responsibly. Now, of course, if you're gonna do a TAT meeting, a sensitive TAT meeting with providers, I can't have persons joining with their notebooks, right? Those chatter notes, those things, taking notes and storing the contents of the meeting in some cloud that we have no access to. So there are some little rules and guidelines we have to follow. Sorry, note takers, I meant to say. So there are some do's and don'ts we do have to establish. But once we establish the do's, we have to create that comfortable environment where people feel comfortable to embrace and leverage AI and so on and so forth. Just very, very recently, we were doing our strategic planning session. And for those on the call, I mean, you, Ash, you, Rushton, you, Keenan, you, Schofield, I'm sure you all are all very familiar with the strategic planning process. And there's that point in the strategic planning process, we're trying to finalize the vision and the mission. And that's a whole lot of wordsmithing and what you want to capture and what you want to say and how you want to say it. AI is for that, right? It's all about us creating an environment for employees to be willing to embrace it as well. For us, setting the example where employees could say, hey, listen, if the CEO is doing it and the deputy CEO is doing it and all the EOs are doing it, hey, maybe I should do it too. Creating the facets for them to use it. And I think over time, it's all about us building and encouraging that organization that embraces AI. Now that we have AI helping us doing the other things, we could now start doing the other things that we always wanted to do, the callbacks, the reviews, the surveys, all the other things we wanted to do. Let's start doing it. So that's how I see AI as a huge opportunity for the organization.
Yeah, I agree with you. But just to let you in a little secret, I think Keenan probably takes your ChatGPT written response, puts into DeepSeek and says, I want to roast Mr. Prescott. Right. So moving on to the next question, and I also encourage the audience to keep an eye in the chat. There's some discussions and ideas being thrown in there. I will go over them briefly, but we're not going to have time to go into detail. But you guys are encouraged to have a discussion in the chat at the same time. So next question. Could our digital initiatives unintentionally exclude parts of our market or workforce? Now, the question is being read that, look, are we moving in technology so quick that some people are being left behind? But also we need to consider the opposite angle. Are we moving too slow where we're being left behind as a country, as opposed to moving too quick and certain parts or stakeholders of Trinidad and Tobago being left behind? So the question is, could our digital initiatives unintentionally exclude parts of our market or workforce? And I'll start with Rushton on this one.
So I think we're way behind the game in the region. When you look at what Jamaica and Barbados are doing, we're still way behind. I know a lot of people would have had an issue with the cryptocurrency ban and till 2027, 2028, somewhere around that. A lot of people took some issues with that because the rest of the world is moving forward in those areas and they are managing it well. Quite frankly, I think we have gone past the stage of tiptoeing and walking around eggshells with regards to digital transformation. I think we have been failing in this country because there are a lot of people, even in leadership roles, still feel digital transformation is about computers and servers and tablets. Digital transformation is more of a mindset for people. If we can't transform the mindset of our citizenry to use the technology comfortably until we can stop putting 4,000 pensioners to line up in the front of a bank at the end of the month waiting for cash, that is a problem. Until we can put a government kiosk in every supermarket, in every TT Post outlet, where accessibility to the service is convenient, then we will continue remaining behind the 8 ball. When you look at how the immigration and visa system, I think Trinidad is the only island in the Caribbean where you still have to fill out a form. I went to Guyana the day after they launched their easy access system, and it took me about 5 minutes to get in and out of the people's country. You know, the lineup wasn't there. The systems are working. We've had those systems in Piaco covered down for about 11 years. Not sure what is the reason. A lot of politics would have played off in it. But that is still not there. So we are too far behind the game. If the Ministry of Digital Transformation wants to really make a difference in Trinidad and Tobago over the next 5 years, one, we have to address the literacy issue. We have to push it into the communities in a very hard way, get into the schools. When under the last administration, there was a lot of progress being made in the Ministry of Legal Affairs. I think Faris Alwari was pushing a lot of digital transformation in local government in terms of automating systems to provide local government services. Now, I am saying, if in continuance of those kind of things, I would like to be able to go when I go to shop by facades tomorrow, and I need to get my septic tank clean. I don't mind going in a kiosk, sitting in facades, punching my information, make the request from local government, charge my credit card the $300, and they tell me, look, on this day the truck is going to come. Now, we need to get to that point. I don't think we're anywhere close to it. From the public service side, I know private sector is making some leaps ahead. But to answer your question, I think we're too far behind the 8 ball. The rest of the region is leaving us out. We're going to lose competitive advantage. More so in a climate, we have headwinds that are coming. We are not addressing those things in any real way. And until we get serious with that, I think we're just going to be playing in the sandbox, pelting sand on one another, and we're not going to make any headway with this tiptoeing around transition. I would like to see a change Friday, and Monday morning, deal with it. Serious.
Right. Thanks for that, Rushton. I'm sure there's quite a lot of people in the audience that would agree with you. And I want to get some comments from our other two non-public panelists before we put all these questions forward to Curly. So Scofield, how would you like to add to the plate?
All right, so I love restaurants enthusiasm. And I would like to just say, hey, just get it done with. This is how we're moving. But the fact of the matter is, we have a culture that we are tiptoeing around. And in the broad sense, as a country, we are not as digitally forward as we should be. And a case in point, we will go on social media. We're very savvy with that. We have a lot of content creators, so we know how to use the digital technology on a mobile. So we stand in a line with Nipeti and Tech or Wasa, whoever it is, and we're arguing as to why this line is so long while watching your favorite reel, not understanding the fact that you have a powerful tool in your hand that you can actually just, you don't even need to be in the line, you just pay your bill and walk out, or pay a bill from home, or pay a bill anywhere, and continue about your business. So we have that cultural issue that we need to deal with, where people are just not linking how to utilize this piece of technology that I have, this tablet, this laptop that I have in my hand per se, a mobile device, sometimes is more powerful than a laptop. And you have this thing, albeit the screen may be small, but we have a lot of people now and businesses coming out with mobile-ready tools that you can actually enable yourselves with. In some instances, I see some of the government services online, but they still go into the offices, where a lot of people probably either don't know, don't put themselves in a position to understand that some of these things are accessible online. I recently saw one entity, one government agency said that, hey, applications for these things are only going to happen online. So it's basically you either get on board or you don't apply. So we may have to start to do a little more of that to push, against our cultural resistance to go to technology, and again, fear factor. And I think if government does it, private sector will do the same thing, I think we would get a long way ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So, while everyone's ranting, I feel compelled to share a bit of pain that I experienced recently. I made the mistake of buying a pre-owned vehicle, and it took me like 3 full days to go and get that registered and put in my name. And I swore to my wife that from now on it's a brand new car and make it somebody else's headache. Keenan.
So I have to disagree a bit. I'm taking the other side. Governments move slow, right? Traditionally, they move slow, anywhere you go. And technology is not necessarily a good thing. In certain spheres, technology can actually do more harm. So one of the problems with government is because they move so slow, is that the technology could leapfrog, right? So if we take the approach and we say, okay, this brand new shiny thing came out and we want to implement it across the entire government, that's bad policy, because what happens is by the time that's implemented, there's already something brand new and shiny. And I'll give you a good example. A good example is the schools, right? Some countries would have taken the approach and say, okay, let's put digital media, or let's put computers in schools. It's turned out we have the research now that shows that that's actually a horrible idea. It's bad, right? We've evolved to learn from people, not from screens, right? And we see school systems that have adopted digital technology in classrooms have actually caused more harm than good. So in one sense, we could look at this and say, oh, we're too far behind and we should be moving faster and we should be implementing this thing quicker. But I would say the opposite, that we should be carefully looking at these systems. I've been to St. Kitts and they have a online immigration form. And that thing was so frustrating to use because I had to input every single thing that I would have inputted on the form while standing with two kids, And it was a disaster. I couldn't do it on the plane because there was no Wi-Fi. But when I landed, they say, oh, you have to fill out the form online. Okay, great. Fill out the form online. You have two kids, which that's almost impossible to do. In that case, the handwritten form probably would have been better. But then we see a leapfrog now in Guyana, where you just scan your passport and you go, right? So there is a challenge there in terms of government adopting technology too soon, in my view.
Right. Curly, we've got a lot of complaints and everything, and you've got like, what is it, 130 million, and we've got like 4 entrepreneurs here. We could solve a lot of these issues. So help us to help you.
Right. First I had to minor, correction to Rushton. He talked about the Ministry of Digital Transformation. Of course, we're now under the Ministry of Public Administration, Artificial Intelligence, right? So I just had to set the record straight there. But I mean, I do share Rushton's enthusiasm. And I mean, I'm actually one of an avid reader of Rushton's columns. So I recall maybe about a year ago, he took my authority to tool in terms of our role in the drone clearing process. When you purchase a drone, it reaches customs, and he grilled us about how people have to come into the office to go through the process to get your approval to clear your drone and so on and so forth. So since I've gotten my current role, one of my first signature projects in the team is, guys, we got to get this online. I have to go back to Rushton, soon and tell him, look, Rushton, there we've gone digital, But he's right. We need to be able to allow, and Keenan is right too. We can't be adopting the latest, greatest, shiniest thing, but the well-designed, well-thought-out, human-focused technology solutions we definitely need to be adopting and making available to the public. I think Rushton is 100% right. We are too far behind in too many areas, and to Keenan's point, it's time that at that immigration stage, rather than having an online form, scan your passport and go, and let's just adopt the right solution. That's human focused and people centered and makes everyone's life easier. In terms of whether we're leaving people behind, I think it's a valid concern. My 2 cents on that is, this is why in designing any digitalization or digital transformation or digital adoption effort, that has to be part of the strategy. And as long as you are deliberate, Russia gave one example, you just mandate everyone to do something digitally. Another example is you have that fallout queue, you have a fallout system where someone will be there to pick up that elderly person or that person with disabilities and help them through. So you can have that fallout process and make sure that process is there to catch those. But for the most part, and then you have the incentives that you design the digital systems to be so convenient. Just to use the digital system is the incentive to adopt it, right? And then you go about your communication campaign, your bills, your incentive systems, and so on and so forth. So I think as long as you cater for those that have to be upskilled and have to learn, you have that hand-holding person who will walk those who may not be that digitally savvy and walk them through and help them to utilize the technology and show them that, hey, rather than having to come into the office to do this, you could have stayed at home, go to this site, and there's everything there, and set them up. So you set them up for success in the future. I think you're going to see a huge, wider adoption, greater embrace of the technological solutions. And I look at my father, he's in his 70s, but he's a huge adopter of digital technology. He pays all his bills online and so on and so forth. He sees all the benefits of it, so he embraces it fully. And then even my father-in-law, my wife's father, he definitely understands what the technology can do. So, he may not do it himself, but he'll call me or my wife to do it for him. Right? So, I think the benefits are there. And I agree with you 100% that it's about adopting the right solution, not just rushing to embrace the next greatest technology. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Thank you for that. I just looked at the time. We're actually now a few minutes over our allotted time. I didn't realize I was having so much fun. So we need to bring this to a close. In about 10 minutes, we're going to have the open forum. So a lot of the questions or this conversation can continue in that. But I just want to read out one comment, which was by Shiva, who's recently been doing a lot of work in online harm. And he was agreeing with Keenan and this whole thing about education and kids getting exposed too early for too long is having a negative effect. I think there is some truth to that. And he was asking if there's any recognition or risk of online harm as faced by youth. He's asking if USF funds can be used for such interventions. What I'm going to do is ask him to probably reach out to Ta on that, and then you guys can look at whether USF can be extended or and guide him accordingly for that. Now, with that, I want to thank each and every one of you for making yourself available and contributing to this panel. I've thoroughly enjoyed it. I hope the audience got some good information out of it. The chat seemed very active with comments from a number of people. So I recommend or suggest people just keep an eye on the chat there as well. So guys, thank you very much. And hope you enjoy the rest of the IGF, which is taking place for the rest of the day and tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thanks everyone.
Thank you.
Bye.
Okay, so thanks. Bear with me for a little bit longer, everyone. We're going to be moving into the open forum in about 5 to 7 minutes, where you can ask anything you want, and I'll introduce you to my two colleagues who will assist you and be speaking to you on that. Now, before we move across to that, I've done a little case study on digital transformation on a local company. So we tried something different this year where, we have panels which are great, where we talk about hypothetical or what's going on, what we should be doing. And this year we decided to do a case study. It's only 5 minutes long, so we can't get into too much depth, but we're going to take a local company over the span of 20 years and their journey from one person and probably pen and paper to where they are now, to see that digital transformation can and has taken place in Trinidad and how other SMEs can benefit from that. So I'm going to share my screen. 1 second. Right, can everyone see my screen? Can someone confirm they can see my screen, please?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you, Dev. Right, so CSF, most people would know it, courier company in Trinidad and Tobago. So full declaration, I do some work, provide some services to CSF, and it's through that I got to get a deep insight before I started doing some work with them. I did not realize, one, how big they were, and secondly, how much digital technology they were using. So that was quite impressive. And this is a case study on CSF and what's taken place and some of the challenges that they've taken on over the years and where they are heading, right? So it's a learning journey for the audience. It's a model, a possible model for some SMEs. And it's also proof that transformation can be local, right? This is not about big budgets or consultants. It's about incremental progress that will come across. So CSF is locally grown courier company. There's a fragmented payments market. There's manual processes that are taking place, SME heavy market. So fragmentation wasn't a failure for CSF. It was typical for a growing SME. So they adopted and expected that, look, it's going to be fragmented, and that is the industry or the field that they're going to have to operate in. And this going back as far as 20 years, which meant there was a lot of manual processes that they had to work on initially. Everything was being done by individuals. There was no automation. As they started to grow, then that growth exposed the limitations of manual. And I think a lot of businesses see that. So transformation was reactive to real pain. And in some ways, not only is that what happens in most businesses, but it's probably prudent to wait to see where the pain points are and you go after the pain points. So you know that you're going to get the real value. And that's where you invest your time and resources. So that's what CSF did. They started manually, probably on pen and paper, but as they started to grow, transformation had to take place. So in the early days, that transformation that took place was in the form of Excel for its operations and QuickBooks for accounting. And that is going to be typical for most businesses in Trinidad or anywhere around the world where you start off. Excel is probably your first enterprise system that you're going to be using to do a lot of your stuff on. And CSF was no different. Workflows were manual. And that's effective at low volume. It's easy to train people on. Excel is great just to dump your brain on and you can operate on it and it works fine, right? These tools are not wrong, but they just don't scale indefinitely. So as the business started to grow, the manual workflows did not work. You need to build business institution, but also when you're using Excel, because there's so much manual stuff going around, and this is what happened at CSF as well, it created key person dependency, where if a person either left or they were not working that day, it would have significant impact because people can look at the Excel sheet, but they may not necessarily know where the data is and what that data actually represents. And it's even worse when you're trying to bring on new employees and you're trying to onboard them. The more complex those Excel sheets are, the longer it's going to take for you to bring these employees up to speed and the more errors they're going to make. And that's going to cost you both time and money. And that is what CSF was seeing. So they took a strategic decision and they made an investment into their next platform, which was Microsoft Access. So they actually moved onto a relational database, a Microsoft Access. And I'm sure a lot of people, if they're going back 15, 20 years, they probably said, yeah, we went on and used Microsoft Access as well. Right? So you need to build structure before you get into sophistication, and that's what CSF did. The key points here are that data validation. Microsoft Access or database is going to help you with data validation. That reduces chaos. It controls matter. It helps you to control your data and controls matter before automation does. So I will say to people, look, you need to have clean data, you need to control that data, and then you start thinking about automation. You try to jump into automation too soon, and you try to automate with dirty or unclean data, it's not going to end too well. And also, even small systems improve discipline. And that's another key thing that when I was talking to the CEO, Junior Pratap Singh, I came across that, look, they made small changes that brought in huge amount of benefits and also improved the discipline. So digital transformation often starts with data discipline and not necessarily applications. So they spent some time with Microsoft Access, and at some point they outgrew Microsoft Access because it was primarily being used as a database and there wasn't much workflow being embedded into that. So they then decided to move into a system called Magaya. Some of you may be familiar with Magaya. Magaya is a huge application. They've got thousands of customers in this region, and more or less most logistic companies, fleet shipping companies, especially shipping companies, use Magaya or have used Magaya at some point. But it's huge. They try to cater for everyone, and it can become a bit overwhelming and complex. But Magaya helps you to standardize workflow, right? By bringing in Magaya, what CSF experienced was that they were forced to comply with certain global best practices, and that was great learning from them. So it helped them to up their game, up their operations. Workflows were standardized. They figured out what the logistic norms were in this industry, and there was a level of process maturity. So the imported systems show what is possible. So because Magaya is an international system, they were able to see what was possible, but that doesn't always fit locally, and that would have been the next issue. A couple of the issues that did not fit was the payment styles, right? There was certain expectation in the North American market that payment systems will predominantly operate in this manner. That did not happen in Trinidad, especially not back 10, 15 years ago. There was informal workflows that goes to work culture. There's customer expectations as well. The customers in North America are a lot more digitally aware and trained, so their expectations are different to the customer base in Trinidad, and you cannot ignore that. So CSF made a strategic decision. They decided that they were going to build their own system. It was going to be a custom development. Now, speaking to that, I get across a lot of companies that want to build custom software, and in a lot of cases, I advise them against it because it can also go horribly wrong. But when I was speaking to CSF, I found that this was not necessarily ego-driven, but it was an actual strategic decision, and they did manage to execute it extremely well. The reasons there was local market needs that Magaya could not do, or they could not get an off-the-shelf international product to do. They needed flexibility, which off-the-shelf system is not going to give you that, because they're not only thinking about one customer, they're thinking about 1,000 customers that are using that system. So a feature that you need or a workflow that you need to behave in a certain manner may not go down well with the other 999 customers. And then they were also worried about the cost control over the long term. So they built a custom platform. Their stack was they were going to put it onto AWS for hosting. That would give them the reliability, put in a central database. So they would have one single source of truth to give them the visibility. And then obviously the backend evolution on the cloud would give them the scalability. And speaking to them, I realized that, what came across was for them, the control over their own platform gave them control over their future options, because they were able to put in some very specific options in as they develop their product, both for their internal operations, for their delivery drivers that were using the mobile apps, and to the customers who could go online and also get all the information in real time on the mobile app. Payment and automation at scale. So, when they started to doing extremely large scale, and they do thousands and thousands of deliveries, I'm not privileged to give you the exact number, but I was shocked with the number of monthly deliveries that they were doing, the number of drivers or the vehicles that go on the road, to the scale of the operations. Now, payments is a big part of a courier service. And in Trinidad, some people want to pay by check, some want to pay by debit, some want to pay by online, some want to pay by on the handheld terminals. Some are willing to pay out in the US, some want to pay locally. So you have to cater for all of that. It's not a case of that, look, if I say you can only pay me by Stripe or by credit card, that's 95% of the market there, and I don't need to provide another 5 or 6 payment options, which is going to cost me as much as my first payment option. Because it was fragmented, they had to provide a multi-payment support, and that is the local reality. Real-time visibility, reduced disputes, because with payments, anyone that does a lot of payments, especially in the previous discussion when we were talking about the telecom sector coming from an ISP, disputes is always a big issue, and you invest a lot of resources in that. And then they needed a integrated courier app to improve productivity. And I've seen a lot of off-the-shelf productivity apps when it comes to courier services, but CSF actually went above. So some of the features and functionality, I see them doing, they could only do if they had custom software to do that. And then, we're not even talking about the whole integration that comes from the customs and the duty side of things that has to feed in to the end customer to make them aware of what the costs are, giving them the breakdown, and all of that's happening in real time. Because if you get the deliveries and you don't give the information to the customers and you can't generate the invoices, then you can't really deliver because you can't charge them. So, it's by the time those deliveries leave customs and make it to their warehouse, which could be like 30 minutes, invoices need to be generated and sent out to the customers so customers know that what they need to pay, start making the payments so goods can get delivered. So, those things could not been done off the shelf, and that was a pure custom endeavor. And we can see that they've got like over 7,000 SMEs supported on this platform. It is an economic infrastructure that they've sort of built for themselves. We've got 2 more slides. Why does this matter? So there's a policy and a national aspect to this, and there's also aspect for SMEs, right? I want to stress local capability exists, and this is what CSF are showing. SMEs can digitize incrementally, and financial inclusion as more payment options become available as credit cards, and I think the debit cards switching across to Visa from Links has had a huge impact in the number of people that now are included in this online financial inclusion, and that helps SMEs now. Now they can make investments. Now they can reap the benefits of the automation. So digital transformation is also an economic policy, not just an IT. From CSF, it means less friction, faster cycles, and better cash flow. So final slide, just want to give an executive summary, some big ticket items that I would say is incremental change is greater than a big bang approach. Local realities matter, and sustainable scaling is possible. What I saw in CSF and speaking to them, this may have sounded like a pretty picture, but there was a lot of painful period, and they're still in pain, growing pains, and nothing goes according to plan. But transformation doesn't need to be perfect. It just needs to be progressive. And I'll leave you with that. I thank everyone for listening. If anybody has any other questions on either this case study or would like to speak to CSF, then you can reach out to TT Mag and we will make the necessary introductions as necessary. So with that, I'm going to now stop sharing. If I can figure out how to stop sharing. And I'm going to bring in Tracy Hackshaw, who's a director, and also Kevin Swift, who's also director of TT Mag, to take us into the open forum. So I'm handing it over to Tracy and Kevin. Thank you, guys.
Okay, thank you very much, Ajmal. Just wait to see if Tracy comes on as well. And thanks to everyone here for your participation up to this point. As you may or may not be familiar with, this is now the open forum where we have an opportunity to expand on any of the topics that were mentioned before. So we had 3 very elaborate topics, and in addition to that, the case study that Ashma presented on CSF. We have seen quite a lot of activity in the chat throughout the entire day. One of the things to remember with an IGF is this question of the discussion being under open, transparent, bottom-up principles. You can speak on your behalf. You can speak on behalf of the sector that you represent. And just to note as well that what we'll be doing is that we'll ask for you to raise your hand. And once you raise your hand, I will acknowledge you, myself or Tracy. You have the ability to speak directly. The only thing that you need to do is unmute at that point, and then you can make your contribution, which can be a comment. You can put forward a question for the panelists that are still on, or we can just encourage some sort of open dialogue on some of the many points that we discussed this morning. So as a reminder, I mean, we had, as I said, very intricate, elaborate discussions this morning, securing critical infrastructure, where we had, for instance, definitions as to what that critical infrastructure was, what needs to be done from a regulatory front, some of the other pieces that need to take or come into being for the management of that issue. Also very engaging, the questions on integrating AI into digital transformation. I think the panelists were very much agreed on the question of there needing to be a cultural shift in how we approach digital transformation, not just look at it as a question of what it looks like from the outside, but ask those very sobering questions as to what we really need to transform and provide an environment that allows us to fail, that allows us to look at systematic deficiencies, that allows us to iterate on processes. And last but not least, in terms of the panel sessions, very engaging discussion on digital divide. There we had questions on the Universal Service Fund. The regulator spoke to what that fund is currently directed at. And then we spoke about the other questions that they divide. So it's not just about connectivity, it's about ensuring that the elderly and other particular groups do have the possibility of making full use of the ICTs before them. It's about people with disabilities. It's about all of the other conditions that gives us opportunity in this digital space. So looking forward to anyone at all of the attendees who are here to please raise your hand and feel free to contribute to, you can raise one of the topics that have been discussed before. You can put forward another topic. I know that the chat was very active. If there is something there in the chat that you would like to further expound on, this is your opportunity. This is your forum. So looking forward to anyone. Okay, I see Tracy is on. Tracy, anything you want to add in terms of a summary of the discussions?
You hear me okay? Is it my volume all right?
Yes.
Yes, good. Yes, maybe I could add that the discussions we've had so far, I think, point to Trinidad and Tobago being in a state of maybe what I would call stuck, so there's some work that clearly needs to be done. And I hope it's not that we are waiting for the government to do it. What I would suggest is that we need to do some of that work ourselves as a country, not waiting for anyone to do it for us. I know that may sound like I'm being sort of complaining, but it seems to me that when you hear people talk, it's just waiting for something to happen. And I know that there are people around that I've seen, I don't call names of people who are doing, establishing co-working spaces, doing their own things that even though there's no help, it creates the environment for us as a community to come together and to sort of work together. One of the things I think we need to think about is trying to find a way to put aside our maybe some competitive thinking and use the opportunities that we have to sit together as a group. One of the things I kept talking about years ago is finding a way to create sort of a digital chamber of commerce that we can sit together as a group of entrepreneurs, business people, people who are educators, people who are just interested in doing the work and finding a way to work together as a community. Maybe that is the missing link where, like in other countries where you find they're working together, doing their thing, and government comes in to sort of catalyze or to ensure that the work they've started continues moving forward. So I hope that something that will come out of what we're discussing today, and that's why I gleaned from some of the discussions that we still talk a lot about doing stuff, but we really all need to come together and work together and do it together. Thanks. I don't know if anyone wants to respond to that sort of, you know, pointing the finger back at you kind of thing. So, you know, just you say you point one finger at someone, how many fingers are pointing back at you? Okay. So I think that's one way of looking at it.
Okay, yes, very, very important, Tracy. Anyone going to react to Tracy? The shared responsibility aspect of this is very important. So I know there were some studies in Latin America that looked at the whole question of agency. This was done by the Association for Progressive Communications. Agency among internet governance communities, those who feel or understand how empowered they are to actually bring about some form of change. I know, and I'm looking at the comments that we have had here, I know that the whole issue, and this is an example of awareness of cyber threats, social engineering, that came up in multiple instances. So I'm just having this as an open question right now. How many people are involved or somewhat associated with some form of awareness building when it comes to the threats, when it comes to end users, basic regular folk who are using any sort of digital systems?
So maybe in the apps to avoid any dead air, you could start where I follow. So from where I sit, I do some work in a sector that's very maybe not well understood. It's the postal sector. And for those who don't understand how important that sector is, which I'm learning to discover how important it is, it's that sort of sector that, you know, without that, you can't get your packages to your home, right? So when you buy things online, what happens after that? And in that scenario, the work that I'm doing, I've started doing it in the Caribbean with the organization I work with, and trying to be included in that, is raising awareness within that particular sector of the issues related to what will happen to your data if your organization is itself attacked. So there's an actual mode of operation called smishing. You may have heard of that. Where, and I think it's a trend that we've seen a lot of that happen recently, where you get text messages, WhatsApp messages, asking you to, you know, if your package is late. Sorry. If your package is late or it's not coming to your door, you ask to click on this link and, you know, provide your data. One of the things you need to look at is that kind of simple act of data theft that's happening. It's not just in that sector, but also in the banking sector. You see it with, I don't want to name any banks here, but there's several banking entities who've had their image and reputation used in this kind of way, where the population seems to be responding to that kind of, here's your account information that needs to be reviewed, please reset your password, whatever they're doing, and people give their data away. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done, I think, by the entities themselves to educate their citizens, their stakeholders, as to what needs to happen. And one of the things that I'm personally doing is trying to get that to happen in the postal sector, which has actually in the world a lot of banks attached to them. So that's one way of looking at this in terms of protecting data. And in doing so, we're creating something called Information Sharing and Analysis Center, an ISAC, which is a global cert, if you wish, that allows exchange of information and data between the entities as well as the stakeholders within that sector. So that's one way of looking at this, and maybe I could stop there and see if anyone has any additional interventions or suggestions they wish to have. Thanks.
You know, Tracy, as you were speaking, it's such a coincidence that yesterday was Global Data Protection Day. So very much timely, this question of everybody or the ordinary people understanding what their data means, the value of it, and why they need to protect it. And it's good to hear about all of these initiatives coming out through the postal sector. Of course, critical for everything that we need to do with the movement, logistics of goods. I think I heard someone or saw someone had put up their hand, but right, yes. So we have Andrew Proudfoot. Andrew, you can go ahead and unmute your mic and make your
Hi, good
contribution.
afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, Tracy. Good afternoon, Kevin. One of the things I mean from the panels today that was very interesting. Two things that stood out to me. Ajmal's thing just now with the CSM was that basically the solutions that CSM used were all built in Trinidad and Tobago. And that's something that we really have to look at and keep in mind going forward as a country, that we have the people and the services and the know-how and the collateral to do a lot of the solutions that we're seeing. Yes, we are not the Elon Musk or whatever out there, but we can learn and we can provide, and we need to do this so that we can grow as a nation. And not go outside for everything IT related because another country is doing it. Yes, we learn from that, but we could do it on our own. The other thing was one of the earlier guys, the Jamaican guy had said that they are working, well, the government is working on a chatbot specific to Jamaica and the nuances of the Jamaican culture and so on. Yes, we have a Nancy that they've built for our government stuff, but I don't know how much it is in terms of cultural appropriation or our basically everything to do with Trinidad and Tobago. What language models it's built on and so on. And that was just interesting for me. I don't know, that's just my things on what is going on to keep the conversation going. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Andrew. Yes. I very much agreement with you. I think one of those big learnings deals with what we actually do have here on the ground in terms of our people. I think what we were speaking about as well dealt with the sort of systematic challenges. So we have good people, we have some parts that don't move, but how do we bring them all together? How do we improve on our coordination? And the cultural paradigm was very important. So Christopher Record raised it, and as well as Ebony. When we're looking at solutions to what we are facing, we are very tempted to look at what's happening or provided by the Big Four, or what obtains from some sort of foreign consultancy firm or company, and not understand that those companies cannot understand the nuances of our local culture. Therefore, we need to build with our culture in mind, because it's all well and good to have all of these plans and strategies that look nice on paper, but the implementability aspect of it really depends on us as a people, and ensuring that everybody is on board, that there's a mindset that is in place to actually create or bring about the sort of change that we want. And yes, the CSF example that Ashmal had presented really reiterated some of those points as well, in terms of the systems and the sort of decisions that they had made, and the fact that this was all done within Trinidad and Tobago.
Yes, Kevin, I'd like to add to that. There's another way of looking at this as well. If it is that we in the Caribbean and Trinidad and Tobago starting this, are doing this work as well. If you notice, last few years we've had a government doing hackathons and trying to build out some sort of shared service for appointments, et cetera, et cetera. This is something that can be repurposed and resold, if I want to use that word, or relicensed up and down the region. And an opportunity for us as a region to work together as well. So if you build an application in country X, that's our laws and processes are quite similar in the English-speaking Caribbean in particular. So you do an appointment system for licensing authority or for government services, full stop. It's entirely possible that code can be repurposed into St. Lucia or into Guyana or wherever that's happened, and vice versa. That's one way of trying to, keep things local. And I do think probably don't share enough amongst ourselves in the region. And again, that this area of being stuck is something that I think is, I work in a global organization, and I realize that the Caribbean seems to have this problem of looking outside for the way forward. The Estonias, Singapores, the wherever, the Indias and so on. But in truth and in fact, it's entirely possible. You can learn from them, yes, but you don't need them to implement a solution. It's entirely possible you can use what you've learned from these countries and build what you need to build for you, as Andrew says. Even if you're taking elements of what a country would have done, let's say, using the GovStack approach, India built India Stack, literally, that's what they call it. And they have built out a whole set of reusable parts that we, for example, are trying to use now for payments, the instant payment solution. So if that can happen, I know India's 1.4 billion people and so on, and it's a much larger organization. But Estonia, as we talked about many times, Singapore, much smaller countries, and they're also doing similar things. I remember when we had the health crisis, the pandemic a few years ago, Singapore built out identity solutions that we proposed to the government at the time to utilize. Unfortunately, they didn't take up that offer, that we could have taken the elements that they actually, they offered to the Trinidad and Tobago, Singapore, said, look, we're loaning you or allowing you to utilize these elements, and you cannot build your solution from that, which will be built for your country. We didn't take up that offer at the time, and again, we still remain stuck. I don't know exactly what we can do beyond providing this type of environment for that to happen. But maybe there's a way to have the community now. Maybe there's a new way of doing this now that we can look together And I hope that the new ministry and so that this will be a way of moving forward as opposed to looking outside all the time.
All right. Tracy, based on what you're saying, I have a final comment here because I'm aware of the time. I want to ensure other people have an opportunity to speak. There are at least 2 tracks and there are probably several others. And I like the fact that you said something like GovStack, something like the chatbot. Practitioners should be able to share information a lot more freer and should be able to mobilize themselves in order to have these solutions that are scalable and usable among us within the Caribbean region based on our similarities, and especially in terms of governance practices and laws. There's the other track for me, which is also the legal track. And I think it was in, I believe it was Ajmal's panel where the comment was made by Mr. Rushton Perry that sometimes, we are tiptoeing around some of the big issues. So all that to say is that there's several things that need to happen at the same time. And where we have those benefits, where we have those latitudes, we certainly should be taking advantage of those. And then we also have to have people who have their eyes on the system of things or the environment in which we operate. But I tend to be on the uplifting and the positive outlook side of things and thinking that there is going to eventually be some change. And as Christopher had said, we sometimes think that we are worse off than we actually are. The very fact that Trinidad and Tobago has an AI ministry speaks volumes. So it's not an AI that is hidden way down among all of the responsibilities of the ministry, but it's public administration and AI. So that already speaks to the government's commitment towards working and developing national policy and frameworks on this front, which was one of the biggest challenges that ministries have on a whole, but this is a dedicated focus from the government side. The other side of it deals with the multiple tracks I had referred to. So practitioners who are coming up with the solutions, engage, speak with counterparts within the region, import, export one thing from the other, adjust, adopt, implement. And then at some point, there are some of us who actually have to work on the harder questions. We need legislation that addresses cybersecurity, cyber resilience on a whole. We need to have some of those safeguards and guardrails put in place when it comes to our data. So not just a partial proclamation of data protection, but something that looks at what we should be guarding at this time. So, the whole question of how we run everything now on cloud and other types of solutions, but we need to keep in mind and focus, how do we keep our citizens' data protected? How do we understand the value behind that? And at the same time, the core regulatory or the organic approach of having a lot of these things being built in by design. So there's a concept of privacy by design. The fact of the matter is that we need to change our expectation as to what government can do for us or not, and we also have to add to our own solution. So privacy by design, my takeaway from that is that you don't want, everything doesn't have to be legislated or regulated. There are some things, codes of practices, there are lots of things that comes from us as a community that can be formalized and form part of this active, dynamic government system that we want, and not just static. I think the policy issues of the past were about producing documents and papers and annual compliance, doing a checklist. No, we are in an active engagement to continue growing the digital sector and the sort of internet that we want. So I have no further intervention at this time.
I have one to respond to that. And this is maybe a bit controversial. We have a Ministry of Public Admin and AI, which is great. No conflict there, but let's think about this for a second. Do we have a Ministry of Blockchain? Do we have a Ministry of Internet? Do we have a Ministry of, I don't know, you name it. Is AI simply another, milestone in the road in the cycle towards where we're going to? And are we being blinded by that sort of hype, as opposed to getting the foundations right. It's one of the things I keep saying. There was once a Ministry of Science and Technology, and maybe getting the technology part of this, whatever it ends up being, whatever it is, and the science part of this, I thought it was actually not a bad thing, because a lot of that work needs to be done as research and development. And that ministry had research and development in it, you know. For a better word, that might have been a good way of bringing the two pieces together, the R&D and the, you know, buzzword of the day into one area. And perhaps we can not be blinded by what's directly in front of us, but what should be in the future. I see we have a hand went up just now.
Tracy, yeah, so I think Andrew was intervening, but Tracy, so I like your thought provocation. How about a Ministry of Digital Foundation and Enablement? Because Digital Foundation is what we gotta work on that
I have a
regardless.
better word. Ministry of the Future.
Nice.
Ministry of the Future. I think that's what we need. Ministry of the Future. Whatever it is, let's get it done. And this is everything, you know, not just digital, but all of sustainable work that needs to be done. If I was given a chance, I think that ministry would exist, and you can build all your elements into that and have the right focus, which is getting what's going on right today, but looking down the road at what should be happening and planning for that future.
Great, Tracy. I think we all really want to be in the future. So a Ministry of the Future makes perfect sense. It already tells you where we're heading. All right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's now 2:20 p.m. So without further ado, I'd like to thank all of you for your participation here today. I think we can reasonably say that we have come to the end of the open forum. And this is just the end of day one of our discussions. Tomorrow, there's going to be a youth forum starting in the morning, and then we're going to continue via hybrid format these panel discussions as well from 1 p.m. So be sure to connect tomorrow, those of you who are connecting, and we can continue the discussions on how we improve our digital landscape here in Trinidad and Tobago. So if I may, I'll say this on behalf of all of my colleagues of the Trinidad and Tobago Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group. Thank you for your attendance. Thank you for your contributions. And we look forward to continuing the discussions tomorrow. And not just tomorrow. Tomorrow is these Internet Governance Forums are iterations of what will be continued dialogue that we are hoping to have. So thank you very much.
Bye, everyone. See you tomorrow.